And we're live. Sup, everyone? I'm Airier, and today we're doing a whole bunch of Gundam. Before that, I wanted to double check something. Okay, the alternate is working. Everything's in the right order. I'm going to put that behind the camera just in case. You guys won't find out what I was doing until the end of the stream, but I'm hoping it works. If it doesn't, you saw nothing. Yeah. So today we're going to be checking up a few things. It's going to be what I'm assuming is, obviously, the RX-78 Gundam development history from Kakarot, specifically 197. I don't know, always forget the numbers. Then the Buster Gundam, the Ashimar. I'm probably mispronouncing that, unless it's actually the Asimar. Asishmar? Imar? The double S is throwing me off on that one. The GM Quell early type is now canon. Wait. What was it not canon before, and why not? Probably side media that just made canon later on. Or was it in a game it was just then introduced somewhere in the background? Hazel. And James Gunn. Also the Javelin, but also the James Gunn, which I would have sworn we already saw in a previous video. Maybe I'm mistaken. We won't be doing the tall gaze because we've already done that one, and probably ending on the Zaku 2 high mobility type. I could be wrong because I'm terrible about estimating these things. We'll see if I'm on the money or not. The answer to that is always, I have no idea. Ooh, also, Necro, new chapter in FGO just dropped yesterday. You're fighting BB for the third time in Dubai. Oh, that's different. Granted, BB is one of those characters where I'm honestly surprised it's only been 3 fights, because I could see her very much becoming the meta joke character who's aware it's a meta joke character and then just decides to have a fight with us because of it. A la Nero Fest, except Nero is usually not aware of the joke aspect, just runs with it fully anyways. Yeah. And Gold, it only took us 1/3 of the playlist. Yeah. This is the 3rd one we're doing this of. Oh, God. Also, tomorrow, the video I watched with the James Gunn was about the heavy gun. It probably just mentioned the James Gunn. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. But yeah, we'll be doing a whole bunch of things today. First up, though, and most importantly, caffeine, my old friend. And randomly aside, if anyone has any painting technique ideas, let me know. I'm trying to figure out how to do a snow base, and I'm not sure if it's supposed to be super glue with water or Elmer's glue with water that makes a really snowy base work. So if anyone knows, let me know. Also, if you know how to do small faces, because, sadly, this is the best face I got. As you can tell, that is, it's bad. I cannot do skin tone to save my life. It all just kind of blurs together. Yeah. Also, Taryn, the first 3 comments of the stream? Nope. But yeah, you did mention a lot of StarCraft vs. Warhammer K. Yeah, you mentioned that yesterday as well. Well, not yesterday because I was sick, but that would have been Tuesday, shit. Yeah. But yeah, you mentioned on Tuesday when it came out, and a few other people as well. All right. Oh, one more thing to mention before we fully jump in. Here we go. Yep. We are really close to the next milestone for this. So I'm just going to pull it up. Why are they highlighted? That's weird. So yeah, I put in certain goals here. Ultra kill was 600. We matched that. We're really close to the 9-hour Magic the Noah video. As in, there are currently 620 members on the channel right now, which is kind of batshit insane. Mostly because 30 of those were not paying for the all-day video we did on Tuesday. So yeah, that's kind of a lot. So I might need to find out if there's more than one 9-hour Magic the Noah video. Because, yeah, we might need to do that soon. That'll probably be 3 separate streams, because roughly I could do 3 hours in one go unless I extend it. And that's if my wife allows. Maybe she doesn't like when I go really long time. So, yeah. If anyone knows if there's more than one, I'm going to need to ask soon, because that's the thing. Yeah. Also, tomorrow, the MSV is Mobile Suit Variations. Yep, I think you mentioned it earlier in the stream, as well as a few other people in the chat as well. Also, New York, so speaking of Warhammer, they're adding Warhammer armors to Helldivers on the 12th. Which armors? Is it going to be like Space Marine or Guard? And then which Guard? Because there's some that would be funnier than others, and then some that would just be kind of infuriating in the sense that, so let me get this straight, you made armors for this guard unit that doesn't get support in GW anymore, but Helldivers gets it. That actually would be kind of hilarious, and I would love to see the rage that happens, but that's just because I'm an ass. More importantly, let's jump into this one. So first up, we're going to be checking out a lot of the Gundam development history. We're doing the RX-78, hopefully all the way down to the Zaku 2. We're just going to be going no breaks all the way and see just what happens, because the answer is probably insane. Because so far, every answer has been insane. Also, finding out more about the victory timeline is just... It's weird for some reason. It feels like a completely different continuity within Universal Century. Am I the only one who did that? Like, am I the only one seeing that? Maybe that's just me. Either way, let's jump into it. Just going to leave a like in advance. Don't be like me. Don't forget to leave a like.
With the success of the mid to long range gun cannon, the Federation now set their sights on creating a mobile suit that was meant for mid to close range combat. Or in other words, a machine that would not only rival the famous Zaku, but would surpass it in all areas. And in order to achieve...
I was told that some of the really good animation sections, like right here, are actually from a movie. I don't know which movie it is. It might have been mentioned, but I'm honestly just kind of forgetting things. Also, Fox mentioned, late UC is just like that, lol. Just not Victory. It's not just not just Victory, the series, not the Gundam. Okay. And according to Tomorrow, late UC was pure acid trip. Okay, it's not just me thinking it feels like a very different continuity that they just kind of tacked on. Also, Duck is posting kits in Discord for all the corresponding videos. Oh, God, that's going to be so cool. I might have to pull those up later on. And according to Kelpies, the crossbone designs are even freakier. I don't even know what the crossbone designs are.
This, the Federation poured all of their technical know-how and all available resources in the development.
Did they just add a Jim's head to a Zaku? Yeah, they added a Jim's head to a Zaku.
In the development.
Oh no, they stripped down the Zaku's head so you don't see the eye. Oh, okay.
And creation.
Also, I'm being told this is from a video game. Oh shit. And according to Twitch, the good animation is from a video game where you play through the UC with alternative choices that can be made. The video game added this much? I think a few people mentioned that, but I wasn't sure what part I was looking at.
A machine that would become famous for years to come. The Gundam. A situation that was, without a doubt, extremely stressful for the people working on it.
And random purple
hair. So they probably should have tried out today's partner.
Ah, they got me on that one.
Plan. But back to the Gundam now. This famous machine would first see the light of day as the RX-78-1, now commonly known as the prototype Gundam.
Isn't there a video later about this that makes it not? Maybe that's because this is from a game, so we wouldn't see it in the show normally.
A machine that would introduce two features commonly associated with the Gundam types.
The head and protagonist armor.
A V-shaped communications antenna and a compound type dual.
Why do I feel one of these is Epion? Maybe that's just me.
Eye sensor. The most common story is that the first two units were rolled out at about the same time in Taburo, and that the only difference between the two was their color. Unit 1 was the black, white, and red color scheme that we now...
And honestly is the much cooler one that gets destroyed because the normal one just couldn't compete. And then the white one that got plot armor, which is why it survived.
Typically associated with the RX-78-1, whereas Unit 2 was painted white, silver, and red, often referred to as the rollout color scheme. In recent years, though, it has been discovered that Unit 1 had a slightly different head when it was rolled out, and first participated in test flight.
Is it the nose? I think it's the nose.
And because of this, this version has now been dubbed the prototype version, rollout version. And when you look at this picture...
It's not just me seeing the nose, right? Am I just missing that in the regular Gundam? Because I swear I'm looking at this and I don't remember there being such a prominent nose beneath the mask. Or what looks like a mask on it.
Of that first test flight, you might notice...
The Zaku 2 is a captured unit that is used as a target. Oh, okay.
Another weird thing. Rather than holding a beam rifle, it's holding onto a Zaku machine gun.
Did they not just... No, they have beam rifles right behind it. Oh, they probably stole it off of Zaku then. Well, also, Cass, I'm going to pull up your comment. Cam Sandwich, about 5 to get, did an 11-hour stream where he made one fatal character and tried to do one action. Why you're saying tried rather than did one action? Check it out in your own time. I don't think I'd ever have 11 hours straight to watch one fatal character being made. Oh, God. And again, I'm highlighting tried, not succeeded was used. Oh, that's... There's a reason no one plays Fatal. Hopefully no one plays Fatal.
And there was a very good reason for that. Despite being known as the first machine that was successfully able to use a beam rifle,
the red engine?
This path was not without difficulty.
Oh?
Even though the generator met the requirements for the beam rifle's output on paper, in practice, the output wasn't stable enough, leading to several issues.
Presumably this was fixed later? Oh, yeah, that would do it. So they wanted something easier to use.
And since we're on the topic of the beam rifle, this wasn't the finalized version either. Instead, the beam rifle used by the RX-78-1s was the XBR M7904G beam rifle, also known as the hand shotgun. During the gun...
I'm sorry. They had handheld shotguns. Oh, that's... Considering how close this Gundam gets to most of its enemies, that unironically seems really good. I'm assuming for lore reasons this was invented later than the actual show came out, so they just said it was not as powerful to make it fit better, but still, that looks cool, man. I'm a big fan of the, I have a long-range kit, let's get up front and shoot them point blank style of playing most things, so I approve. Also, according to Cass, it took 650 rolls to do the Cam Sandwich video for one fatal character. Oh. Also, Kakarot197 did a history of Mech Musume. Mecha Musume? Is that... Why do I feel that's completely different than Gundam? I don't think I've heard of that franchise either.
Gundam's development, this beam rifle was originally meant to be mounted onto the arms, but this plan was dropped at a later date, which would also explain the indentations on the arms that are no longer present on the later version.
Oh, you're right. I thought that was just designing it to look cool, but it actually has a point here. Huh.
Of the Gundam. Instead, they went with the traditional handheld route and installed a holster for the beam rifle on the Gundam's side skirt. Its other main weapons then were a pair of 60mm Vulcan guns and 2 beam sabers, weapons that have since become staples for not just Gundam types, but for almost all Federation mobile suits.
Let's be completely fair here. That's not just standard for the Federation. That's standard for Gundam across multiple various series. The beam saber is the iconic weapon more than anything else. It's like you see a beam saber, you're either thinking lightsaber for Disney, saying that pains me a bit, or Gundam. There's really no middle ground.
Shortly after the 3-day test in space then, Unit 1 would be brought back to Earth, had its face upgraded to be the same as Unit 2,
Okay, so the nose is present, but the rest of the mask covers it in such a way that it looks like it covers the nose, unlike this one that really makes it prominent. Okay. This one looks like it has a nose sticking out over the grill, even though it's all the same thing. This one looks like it's still covered up. All right. I see the difference.
And began testing with the FFX-5 prototype core fighter.
It just looks cool.
Just as the previous Operation V machines, the Gundams were designed to use a core fighter as their cockpits, but it would seem that at this point, the core fighters that were in use weren't yet standardized. So, based on the individual core fighters from the gun tanks and the gun cannons, the Hervik company set out to create the core fighter.
So they initially had core fighters, but they were not mix and match, which does seem like that's the entire point of the core fighter, just giving mobility on choosing what parts you need, make it much less useful that way. On the other hand, for toy makers, if everyone is supposed to be slightly different, then you have to buy all of them.
That would then be used by all Operation V machines.
I don't think they were so down for it, though, that they had you buy individual components at this time period. Now, if they did, I could utterly see that happening, but I don't think they did that back when Gundam was first making models.
In total, 19 tests would be conducted with 2 prototype core fighters over the South American desert, and these included testing its viability as a standalone fighter plane.
Oh yeah, bad shit happened in South America, right?
ejecting from the Gundam, and most challenging of all, mid-air docking with the Gundam. Something that was attempted during the first test run, but with mixed results. The core fighter...
When I hear mixed results and mid-air docking, I'm assuming that's a very fun euphemism for dead people. Although this is UC, so the answer is probably that regardless. Ooh. Also, I'm just going to pull this up. Bot, thank you for the 10... Oh, I can't pull it up, can I? Ah, it doesn't show the jewels. Ah, that's disappointing. But yeah, there's 10 gold jewels. Thank you, man. I just think the stickers they provide are kind of fun.
Was able to dock with the Gundam's legs, but it wasn't able to dock with the torso before reaching the altitude limit. This then forced the core fighter to separate again and abandon the Gundam parts. Fortunately, they safely made it back to Earth thanks to the attached parachutes.
Okay, so one, people didn't die. Two, they have parachutes. I don't know why this is surprising considering fighters generally have parachutes, and you can actually just see a regular plane in the background, which is weird in Gundam. I don't think I've ever seen that. Every vehicle I've seen in every Gundam franchise is some variation of, oh god, why are you saying this flies? Or this, which, in space, sure. On Earth? No. Seeing a regular plane just, it's just, okay, maybe I've just missed a bunch of them, but that just looks weird to me.
And 5 days later, they could again try the test. And this time, the core fighter was able to completely dock with the Gundam right before they met the altitude limit. The next 17 tests then over the following days would give the Federation
more time for it to fall into place?
Valuable information for the finalized FFX-7 core fighter. It was determined that a new engine was necessary to provide more power for a safe ejection.
I mean, we all know the real reason this thing worked. They painted a lot more red on it, so it went faster.
The wings were changed, and it was now also outfitted with weapons. After these tests then, Unit 1 would continue to operate as the core fighter of Gundam Unit 1, and would also be upgraded to an FFX-7. What happened to this?
So, wait, they could switch out the core unit so it's multi-purpose, but it still fits into the parts that were designed for specific utility? Not going to think about it too hard.
The second prototype core fighter isn't known, but it's likely that it was upgraded to an FFX-7 too, and then either served as a core fighter for Gundam Unit 2 or was used for further testing.
Okay, I'm going to be completely honest. That actually looks really cool. The best plan. 04. Oh my god. For fuck's sake, best plan 4. I'm not sure if that would it stand for, but it's what I would call it every time.
The two RX-78-1s then would be shipped to Site 7 for further testing themselves, and shortly after arriving, Unit 1's color was changed to a tricolor color scheme that was very close to the tricolor color scheme that has now become famous on the RX-78-2. It used white as a base color with red and blue accents. Unit 2 then was also painted in this same color scheme, but instead of using blue, red was again used. How this color scheme looked exactly is up in the air at the moment.
So they said that it looks different, but they just never said how it looks different. Got it.
Because no confirmed images exist of either Unit 1 or Unit 2 from around this time. The only thing we do have is this image of the RX-78-1's manual, which shows us a model.
Wait, they actually had removable back parts for the early models? They were that detailed? Like, this level is like, okay, it's fine. You can see the stencils or probably the sticker transfers they put on. That's fine. This, though, unless that's a sticker on a flat piece, I just didn't notice that. That's really cool, because that means parts of the armor are just removable entirely for you to see the internal workings. And if they did more things like that on the chest where you just see the pod inside of it, or I guess the core fighter, oh, that would be so cool. And probably, even for early Gundam, cost way too much.
Of what is supposedly Unit 2, sporting a tricolor color scheme that is somewhat different from the famous later one. And while it does still uses blue, maybe the red on the color is the color change that was mentioned earlier, which then means that Unit 1 was painted like this, but with
Huh. So it was black and then white, and then more black. This really makes the eyes scary here, but that's also not entirely unintimidating itself.
a blue color instead. And while all of this was happening,
Also, according to Kakarot1, probably butcher your name, sorry about that. 2, you think that part I was geeking out on was just painted? Honestly, I kind of hope so, because that looked ridiculously cool. Unless that was freehand painted, in which case, I don't know anyone who's that good.
with the two
I mean, I do, but not who was painting Gundam at this time.
RX-78-1s, the third RX-78 Gundam was completed in Jaburo,
Oh,
commonly referred to as simply Unit 3 or
Actually looks
the
cool.
G3. This unit is also considered to be the last Gundam of the first batch, and thanks to the test data of the first 2 Gundams, the G3 specs surpassed those of the RX-78-1, and it was instead labeled as the very first RX-78-2, a type that would become the basis for a great many Federation mobile suits and also support craft. The ankles no longer had the slits, the knee armor was made longer, the skirt armor was remodeled, and the side skirts could no longer hold the beam.
is it bad that the only difference I see is that they have, like, gaps here on the joint armor? And there's just more detail here? Like, maybe that's just me, but it... I guess this is a little less protruding. No, maybe it's just the color change. It looks different. Huh.
Rifle, the lower arms were changed, and extra armor was added to the back.
They definitely got more time to add detail to the design, though. To add what looks like a access ports, which is a really cool detail.
Backpack. In terms of weapons then, it kept the 60mm Vulcan guns, but its beam sabers were upgraded with a different type that would later on also be able to turn into a beam javelin, and it now used...
Why would you throw a beam saber? Like, unironically, if you're down to needing melee weapons, either you fucked up so hard, or you don't know what a javelin is. If it was a spear, yeah, sure. But at the same time, that's... Oh, okay.
the famous boa...
For anyone wondering, javelins are a thrown weapon. If you need a melee weapon, and you throw it when you have guns, and beam rifles, and beam sabers, and the head Vulcans, there's a lot of things I'm just going to be like, it's rule of cool, let's just roll with it. And that's probably one of them, because it probably would look unironically very cool.
XBR M7907G beam rifle. With an output of 1.9 megawatts, its output rivaled that of...
It was efficient enough to use by the mass-produced GM. Yeah.
...contemporary battleships, and was able to destroy a Zaku with a single shot. This, in combination with an ammo capacity of about 15 shots, and incredible accuracy that was granted by a movable sensor that could work in conjunction with the Gundam's own sensors, was what made this beast the Gundam's most famous and infamous weapon, depending whose side you were on.
Yep. Freaked out Char is the best kind of Char. Personal opinion. I know some people love him, and while I like the definitely not Char and Zeta, the more I see about him from anywhere else, the more I'm like, I don't get it. I really don't. He just seems like that asshole who's like, I don't care about this guy. Except in Zeta, where he just had his teeth kicked in so hard that he actually looped around to being an interesting character again. Maybe that's just me. Also, Duck, it's more of a trident. Oh, okay, so it's not really a javelin. It's just word choice usage that doesn't match. Got it.
As for the color
Beam
scheme,
trident.
on its rollout, it sported the same tricolor color scheme as Unit 1. So again, we're not entirely sure what its color scheme was
Do they have
exactly.
models for it yet?
But we do know that once Unit 3 was shipped to Site 7 as well, that it was changed to the now famous tricolor color scheme. And in the meantime, with the data of Unit 3, Unit 1 and 2 were upgraded to RX-72s.
Also, just to quote chat, Pro Guy mentioned Char did nothing wrong. Totally for sure. Well, that makes sense.
Including having their armor upgraded to match Unit 3. At the time of the upgrade then, both Unit 1 and 2 still kept their original color schemes, but a little while later, as I just mentioned, all three units would get a unified tricolor color scheme, the one that would be the de facto color scheme of the RX-78-2.
Yep.
After this then, the
I wonder if there's a video on White Base itself, just because it looks like a really cool ship.
White Base, the Federation's most advanced warship that was specifically designed to handle mobile suits, was tasked to sail to Site 7, pick up the Gundams and the other Operation V machines that were undergoing tests there, and bring them back to Jaburo for their final evaluation.
You know, in hindsight, it makes sense to be 3 of each. Gun tank, gun cannon, Gundam. The Feds really like using gun in names, didn't they? Huh. I don't know why it took me literally now to realize that. I've known about Gundam since I was a child, man. I don't know why it took me this long. There's no excuse. And Pro-Guy mentioned, remember, it's not a war crime if you are the winner. Xeon logic. And Federation logic. And most of the side group logics. Although I think a lot of them would have the idea of, it's not a war crime if no one finds out or survives.
Unfortunately, the White Base was followed, and before the mobile suits could be readied for combat, the trailing Xeon forces launched an attack on the colony. An event that would have an important impact on the development history of the Gundam.
Yeah.
During the attack, a different fate befell each of the 3 RX-78-2 Gundams. Unit 1 was unfortunately never mentioned again after the attack, meaning that it was most likely destroyed.
Wait. Most likely destroyed, or spare parts for Unit 2. Both are possible, but it would be kind of cool if they ever just did a side story set, oh god, how many years later, where someone finds the ruins of the very first Gundam. Just go back to the classics on this one, man.
During the attack, Unit 2 was mostly unharmed and would be pressed into service, something that would then lead to a variety of optional parts and support
Is this also from the game?
developed for it, which are things that will be discussed in a future video.
Because I think I've seen, of all things, an abridged that used footage from the original one. It did not look this crisp. This looks nice, though. And wait, Titan's test team logic? And Terry mentioned, is gun tank as stupid a concept as anyone else? I mean, admittedly, it's not actually a dumb concept if IRL logic was attached to it, in the form of, if you can see this, you're too close, and you won't be able to see this. But in universe, yeah, no, it's very dumb.
What we will discuss now then is a
Some of the follow-ons are pretty strong, though.
special feature that the pilot of Unit 2 was involuntarily forced to test out.
Yeah.
Despite the unexpected turn of events, the White Base with the units on board that could be recovered began their journey to Jaburo. And for this, they would need to undergo atmospheric re-entry.
You know, I just realized something. As much as I give a lot of flack to the design of the core unit, being like, okay, so you have all the parts for the Gundam, the gun tank, and the gun cannon, but they don't have anything in the middle, so it's like you can't just roll them out unless you add extra parts. That sounds kind of dumb, because they're just not ready to go immediately. On the other hand, kind of looking at this, all I can think is, general standardization means that if you ever have something broken, and only part of it is broken, as long as the core unit is fine, you can mix and match to just keep things active much longer. Huh. Also, Terran, how it makes much more sense in reality? Artillery. Yeah, it's just easily mobile artillery. That's all. Like, that's just really useful. If you know artillery is a thing, it's just useful, man. Cruise missiles go longer, but I don't think they use them in Gundam. And for specific need, yeah, the gun tank is just easily mobile artillery that moves a bit faster. That's all.
With the units on board that could be recovered, began their journey to Jaburo. And for this, they would need to undergo atmospheric re-entry. Unfortunately, right before they were about to do so, they were again attacked by Xeon forces, and during the ensuing battle, Gundam Unit 2 found itself being pulled down to Earth. And this would have been a death sentence for any other mobile suit, but the Gundams were outfitted.
He had a manual? Cooling shift and heat-proof field, activating all systems. Would a heat-proof field just block laser beams because they're using hot particle matter? Like plasma? Huh. Also, brother mentioned the same logic of the Sherman tank. And wait, you wish there were RG gun cannon kits that would be compatible with the RG Gundam 2.0 version? Wait, some of the kits aren't, because they probably don't actually have core fighters. They're just single models because it's easier that way. Also, Fox, it's the reason why Xeon lose the war. They created too much prototype, and what happened? I mean, they created a lot of prototypes, and some of them were beaten by plot armor. Not all of them, but a lot of them.
With a special cooling system that did allow them to successfully make an atmospheric re-entry all by themselves. Also, this system was all...
I mean, surviving re-entry isn't that hard if you have an ablative shield to absorb most of the heat. It's just getting behind the shield entirely. This thing would have to probably be bigger and control the everything. And then just having something meant for space that could survive pressures on Earth. Which this probably could do because it was meant to be fought on Earth. But yeah, re-entry is not nearly as horrible as it is. It's just a matter of surviving it. The fact that it has a shield should be enough on its own, if you ignore every other problem that comes with re-entry. But since we're already doing that because giant walking mechs, I'm fine with this.
Already present on the RX-78s. And then finally, Unit 3 was somewhere in between. It wasn't a total loss, but it was too damaged to be repaired in the field, so instead, it would serve as spare parts for Unit 2 on board of the wide base. As for what happened next, we have two theories. According to one, Unit 3 was dropped off at the Augusta Research Institute at around the time of Operation Odessa. Here, it would be extensively researched and upgraded, with much of its data also being used on the development of the Gundam NT1, also known as the Alex.
Yeah, it does look cool though.
Unit 3 would then eventually be brought...
Is it weird that, like, for the initial Gundam, I know it's historic, but the design doesn't grab me? But then you see the Alex, and it's just that little bit of extra detail that takes it from, that's a cool unit, to, oh, I kind of want this IRL right now in a kit. I like the later designs better because they're just even cooler. But this... It's a real glow-up, man. It's not the iconic of the Gundam Mark 1, or I guess Mark 2, but whatever, you know what I mean. It's not the original, most famous Gundam, but it looks so cool. And that's because even then, I've done the stuff it came out in. Pretty sure that was Zeta, right? I could be mistaken. It wouldn't be the first time I've been mistaken. Maybe was that War in the Pocket? I actually don't remember. Still think it's awesome, though.
Back to space to participate in Operation Star 1, the Federation's attack on Abawa Q. According to the second theory then, Unit 3 was dropped off much earlier when the wide base first docked at Luna 2, which was shortly after that Xeon attack on Site 7.
Yeah.
Here it would then be researched and tested, and would eventually participate in Operation Star 1, the point where the two theories converge again.
Also, I'm being told there is a set for Alex, but according to Duck, I'll pull up his comment, the best you're going to get is the high grade, or sorry, the master grade, and the high grade really needs a 2.0. Oh, and the high grade Alex is too outdated. That's disappointing, but eventually they might get around to it if there's enough interest in it, because, I mean, if people still want it, they'll still want it.
Personally, I think a combination of both theories makes the most sense. Unit 3 is dropped off at the Augusta base first, where it receives a first round of upgrades, which then make their way to the development of the Alex, and then it is transferred to Luna 2 to optimize it for space combat in preparation of Operation Star 1. But whatever the case might be, the main upgrades done to Unit 3 consist of new and stronger thrusters, a more powerful laser accelerator for the generator, a new model of the learning computer, and most...
Here's the thing. I know the learning computer was in here, but I always got the impression that it took a backseat to new type shenanigans in general. Is this something that UC ever really played with moving on from early seasons? Or did it just kind of fall to the wayside of psycho frame powers and all the bullshit of new types just breaking the world? I don't know, because I've heard of it, I know about it, I just kind of always forget about it.
Important of all, the magnet coating. A newly developed coating by Dr.
My god, look at all the clones. That's unfair, this one's missing half his chin at least.
Mosk Han that could be applied to the joints of a mobile suit. The theory behind this new coating was that by magnetizing the joints, any friction could be eliminated, which then resulted in a 20 to 30% increase in agility.
Do they know what magnets do? They don't push things apart. Magnets pull them together. Unless they're doing magnets as the repulsion effect, in which case, well, I hope all of the internals are shielded, which they're not, because if they were, they wouldn't have needed defenses against the EMP from a nuke, which is canonically something that happened later. Yeah, I'm just going to ignore this. Because an electromagnetic pulse would mean that any advantage of magnets or magnetic fields would also fuck over your electronics. But again, it's technobabble, it sounds cool, and functionally, that's fine. It probably actually inspired someone IRL to do something crazy on their own right. And look up the Alice system. AI in UC is interesting, according to Fox. And Kak mentioned, learning computer just find good data so that when they were creating the GM, the data on the learning computer would come in very handy. Ah. And the HG GM is probably the pre-2005 HG kit that holds up to the best. Oh. And then another Gundam guy says something Crossbone Gundam stuff. I still don't know what's up with the Crossbone Gundams because I've heard they're really weird. And while I think I've seen a picture of the Crossbone Gundam, I don't know almost nothing about it. Yeah.
And in combination with the upgraded thrusters and reactor, this pushed Unit 3 well beyond the specifications of the RX-78-2, leading it to be reclassified as the RX-78-3 Gundam.
See, this is evil right here. Like, I'm looking at all these in the master grade kits, and it's like, I know 4 different places within 30 minutes of me that sell master grade and high grade, and maybe every now and again a real grade Gundam kit, and not all of them are Barnes & Noble. But also they have a nice selection there as well. So I'm just looking at this, and all I can think is, I don't need it. I don't need it. I need it. And this isn't even the coolest one we've seen so far in this single first video. You can understand how this entire series is legitimately trying to murder my wallet. Oh, God.
RX-78-2, leading it to be reclassified as the RX-78-3 Gundam. Visually speaking, though, the general consensus is that the unit remained unchanged, but there have been some musings that, in order to apply the magnet coating, the joints were altered slightly.
Oh?
And since we're on the
Wait. Is this one of the early models that actually had transformable bits? You can actually see the Is this one that you actually came in 3 separate parts you had to combine for it to actually work together? Oh. Also, Duck, you're surprised I haven't done master grade? Mostly because the models I found that I like so far were high grade instead. They're technically behind me, but they're behind a green screen. And if I don't stare at them, it doesn't tempt me to buy more, except now we're doing the Gundam development history, and it's all a temptation.
And since we're on the topic of visuals, Unit 3 is typically thought of as having a gray color scheme, which was an experimental low visibility color scheme. But as I've mentioned earlier, it didn't start out like this. We know that it had a different rollout color scheme, and that we always see the gray Unit 3 listed as the RX-73, which would then suggest that it only—
Again, it just looks so cool, and it's basically the standard Gundam, but all the little flares just add another level to it, man.
got that gray color scheme at the time that it was upgraded to the RX-73 spec. But when we look at the manual for the 2.0 Master Grade, trials with the low visibility color scheme—
You know, I was thinking that maybe these were models they were just using, but I wouldn't be surprised if these were individual custom builds done for the picture shoots themselves. Unless I'm wrong and someone tells me, nope, these are all real things and they have this many cool features on them, in which case,
were apparently already happening at Site 7. So it could have gotten that gray color scheme shortly after all 3 units were painted in the tricolor color scheme. The other big difference then was—
AFAC, we've never seen the actual learning computer itself, so here's an image of the IBM 5100 instead. Oh yeah, this is an early computer. I recognize the keyboard. It's like, wait. This is before user interfaces were more codified to be actually usable. Oh, God. Also, according to Pro Guy, oh, many times on magazines, they have customs. Yeah. And Toru mentioned, no, that's the actual kit, and they did. So it was the kit, but maybe they did some custom work on it. And really like Kelpie's mentioned, buy more Gundam, give adaptation in excess. So that's probably. Yeah.
That it received a new
And Wave, I'm not sure what you're talking about, John Tudor. Something about Kosai Kongro? Whatever. I'm not sure it's related.
Version of the learning computer that was in use by at least Unit 2. This was a system that was basically an extremely high-performance computer.
They have Gundam-themed computers. I shouldn't be surprised, because I've seen all the other themings here. But also, that's kind of cool. Even though this is very dumb, because I don't see any airflow here, and that's a glass case. No, you see some at the top and the bottom. Yeah. Oh, wait. No, I know this case. These things are heavy as hell. Those straps at the top are so you can carry it. It legitimately needs them. Like, this is a giant case. Oh, God.
That would analyze combat data and would apply the results to the Gundam's programming, allowing it to better deal with such situations in the future. It was so powerful even that after sufficient learning, it would...
Also, Tomaru, the Gundam-themed PC case is a mood, but too expensive. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, and considering the price of everything else. Oh, you're probably right regardless.
Wouldn't just be able to automate certain processes during battle, but even fight on full-on autopilot.
What? I'm sorry, I must have misheard that last part.
Full-on autopilot. Processes during battle, but even fight on full-on autopilot.
So that's where they got the idea for the mobile dolls. They literally just had Auto Fighter installed on the very first Gundam that became the most famous. Okay. Also, Pirio, it's ROG case, is it? I think ROG probably did the design, but I don't think that's actually one of their cases itself. I think it's a side company, but they probably just sourced it from there and put their own touches on top of it. We got mobile dolls in Gundam. Or is this kind of the mobile doll at home?
Another
It's still got the shot off. Huh.
important feature was
So basically an aimbot, brother? Yeah, basically. And Sergeant Mango, is it weird to say I like the animation of the older anime? Some of them. Like the oldest anime from the first one, they didn't age as well. The animations from the game, though, I think are some of the crispest old-style Gundam I've seen, and I absolutely love that specific variation, which didn't become incredibly common because they took a lot longer to do, probably.
this data could then be extracted and applied to other machines. For example, future mass production machines, which is something that did end up happening. So to give the learning computer and its data as much survivability as possible, it was mounted inside of the core fighter. However, what we don't know is when this learning computer became a thing, and by how many machines it was actually used.
In other words, this is something that probably did eventually just get dropped from the plotline as a plot hole, and they just never brought it up again. But they reused the concept of AI and the machine in a later series, quite effectively even. Also, according to Pyro Guy, there's a set to make a Gundam final shooting diorama, but it's only for RG right now. According to Foxy Crystal, the movie from the OG animation is really good. Yeah, I've seen clips of it, and it actually holds up incredibly well. The initial show, it shows its age, but the animations in the movies they're brilliant. If you put it out right now, it'd be like, oh, neat, stylization. And that's why I think it looks cool, because it looks like a style choice more than anything else. Because realistically, at that point, it kind of was.
Since it was mounted in the core fighter, it could theoretically be used by the gun tank and the gun cannon, but we only see it mentioned as being equipped in Gundam Unit 2 after it was upgraded to the RX-72 spec, and in Gundam Unit 3, because we know that the latter's learning computer was upgraded. So it would seem that it was only a thing in the Gundams, although we don't know if Unit 1 had one, nor do we know if Unit 2's learning computer got upgraded. One reason for only the Gundams having the learning computer...
See, this right here is utter catnip to me. I love when artists do interpretations, what every single thing within a mech looks like underneath the armor. And I don't just mean this for mechs, although mechs are the obvious ones here, but like for spaceships, for example, and sci-fi franchises, or even real-life boats, these cut-down interior shots are so cool. I don't get coffee table books, but if I found this, I'd have to get a coffee table just to put this on it, because I'd want that. Like, look at this. The head-mounted ammo rolls in here, all the heat sinks, the cooling going around, at least I think cooling, or maybe it's the sensor readouts and all the wires for it. The eyes, the actual lenses for them. It's so cool. Also, was the chin a light? Okay, sure. Why not? Also, Duck, you do like how UC Engage has a filter that makes the animation look like it's cell animated from the movies. I don't know what Engage is, but that sounds awesome.
Could be because the RX-78-2 spec had a dedicated coprocessor that was installed in the eyes to take some of the burden off of the learning computer. And then what we also don't know is what eventually happened to Unit 3. We can be certain that it did participate in the Battle of Abawa Ku, but after this, accounts vary widely.
Am I the only one who, and I know I've said it again, I'm going to say it one more time, probably more after this. I would love if the premise for a future Gundam UC series was, it's 1,000 years later, everything's gone to shit. I'm basically describing most of the Gundam franchises, I realize. And someone finds in the wreckage of what used to be a colony, hidden among everything, the mostly intact missing Gundams, like the initial ones, because we can go full nostalgia with a brand new show, but give all the animation to this Gundam again. And just see what it would look like in super high budget, because I'm assuming this would probably be movie only. But it would be so cool. Mostly because I love the concept. I'm describing Zoids. I'm literally describing one of the Zoid series now that I think about it. Huh. Yeah, also I'm being told that's just Turn A. Also the Turn A Gundam. I keep forgetting about that one because I've never actually seen that anime. I've heard good things about it, oddly enough. I'm saying, like, in a UC sense, though, like, actual UC, like, the original timeline, that might be cool, just because you can see how things turn out later. Yeah. Ooh, also, Titan, thank you for the gift. That's awesome, man. A UNC alert. I'm not sure what that means, but okay.
They go from being shot down, to being damaged, to surviving the war, only to then be piloted by a Zeon spy and get disabled.
Oh, damn. Also, Turn A is the end of all Gundam timeline. Fox, I've heard about that, but that kinda doesn't sound realistic, even when it came out. I just run with that as like the, okay, sure.
So, back to Unit 2 now. After the Battle of Solomon, it would...
Oh, and Unk is uncle? They're calling me old? My God, these whippersnappers over there. That's cool.
Also receive the upgrades done to Unit 3, basically...
Maybe it's just the art, but now that I'm looking at it, it looks like there's a head within the head, which is incredibly creepy. Am I the only one looking at this going, hey, it's a Space Marine grill? Yeah.
Turning it into an RX-783 itself. However, despite this, most sources...
Again, even the small glow-up in art style just looks good. And this is not bad art in the slightest either. I just love this one better because of the design. This one makes it look taller and more imposing. This one makes it look like it's specifically threatening you.
Would still label Unit 2 as an RX-78-2, with some adding the caveat that it was basically an RX-78-3. What happened to Unit 2 after this then is something that we should all be familiar with. Interestingly enough then, I also found a very different account of the first 3 units' development history.
Different account? Are we talking like how there's basically some movies out there that almost feel like they're Char's headcanon? Or how there's other things going on? Also, that's the Kotoki Hajime art style, the guy who drew Gundam wingsuits. Okay, that's probably why I like it then, just because Gundam Wing is the first Gundam I ever saw, and I hold a massive nostalgia spot for that entire series. I know it has massive characterization problems, but I genuinely just love that entire series they did. And also because it has Heavy Arms Gundam and Wing Gundam, which are literally my favorite designs, because one is just really cool giant beam, and the other one is all the dog. Yeah, I have a type when it comes to mechs, and it kind of hit both of them.
3. And this was in the master file on the RX-78 Gundams. The cool thing is that it not only offers a complete overview on a single page, but it also logically incorporates the Kotoki redesigns as upgrade paths.
Oh.
The downside, though, is that this does contradict the MSV history on quite some occasions, as you're about to find out. In this version, all 3 original Gundams start out as RX-78-1s, but Unit 1 is radically different. Not only was it sporting a very different white and red color scheme,
We got the rollout specs, the standardized specs, and that guy. Also, brother, I should watch 8th Mobile Suit Team. Actually, that's one I have seen. When it was on TV, of all things, which is why I miss significant portions of it. I would love to go back and do it. I just always forget.
but its legs were different, the skirt armor was
Did I ever see the Gim Gaz Litz Daka video on the Heavy Arms? No. That's the first time I've heard of it. Cyber Dragoon. That sounds awesome, though.
very similar to what later on would be used for the gyms, and the antennas on the head were different. The reason for this, though, is that at the time, the final specifications for the RX-78-1 hadn't yet been finalized, and it wouldn't be until further testing and overhauling that we would get the RX-78-1 prototype Gundam that would lay the foundation for the next 2 RX-78-1 Gundams that would then be produced at the same time. However, even though they were all RX-78-1s, Unit 2 and 3 did have some upgrades from Unit 1.
I mean, 3 is obviously the weakest because there's no red on it, so it must go much slower. I know I just pissed off a bunch of people by saying that. I'm okay with that.
The ankle armor was changed, the chest armor slightly different, and the arms no longer had the indentations for the early plans with the beam rifle.
Yep.
After this then, several ground tests followed before the 3 units were transported to Luna 2. Here all 3 RX-78-1s would be upgraded to the RX-72 spec, the color scheme of Unit 2 was changed to the demo tricolor color scheme, and the color scheme of Unit 3 was changed to its trademark gray and white. For Unit 1, we unfortunately have no more images, but it would make sense that since it was upgraded to the RX-72 spec, that it was now identical to the 2 other units. They were then shipped to Site 7 where further testing happened.
I know I've already said it, I'll say it again. The magazine depictions just look so cool. There's so much detail here. And I would love to see what the actual setup for this was. Like, is this just a backdrop they put on a flat paper? Actually seeing how it looks, and you can see some reflection on it, like almost tiny bits of line work on here. It probably was just a flat background piece they held it on, while what they have here is the actual pieces. I wonder if they're holding it up from the side and they just don't have it in, or is it going behind here? Because it looks like this is physically staged, and maybe these are all part of it. In which case, really well done. It looks really cool.
And where they eventually fell victim to Zeon's attack on the colony when the White Base came to pick them up. Again, what happened here to Unit 1 is unfortunately not mentioned, and it again just kind of vanishes from the records here. Unit 2 was again spared from major damage and was the only remaining functioning Gundam, and Unit 3 was too damaged to repair in the field, so would mainly serve as spare parts for the Gundam for the time being. Around the time then of Operation Odessa, the White Base would pass by the Augusta base, where they handed over the remains of Unit 3 to Dr. Moss Khan and his team, who would then work tirelessly to upgrade it in a variety of ways. It had more verniers and a new backpack, extra exhaust fans to deal with those, upgraded shoulders, a new type of beam saber, and most importantly, the magnet coating. And
I haven't seen the initial show, but how distinct visually was the upgrade when they got to this in the show itself? Because that would honestly be kind of awesome to check out, just those little differentiations. I think the biggest difference you can see, though, is it goes from a sad chest to a more energized chest. It's drooping first, and then it's a little angled up like it's angrier. Yes, I'm looking at the chest piece as if it's a face. You can tell I really like Gurren Lagann.
All of these upgrades led to Unit 3 being reclassified as the RX-783 Gundam, or, as we know it, the version Katoki.
Also, I'm being told the actual physical changes were non-existent, and it wasn't any different at all. It was just the joints felt. Ah, okay. Damn. Usually one of the coolest things in the Gundam shows is when they have the redesigns of the main suit, because it always looks so cooler. I guess that wasn't quite established yet until further series.
Meanwhile, though, Unit 2 would get another intermediary upgrade. After Operation Odessa came to a close, the wide base would go to Jiguro for debriefing, resupplying, and repairs. And for Unit 2, this meant getting upgraded space equipment and control systems. The Federation might not have had many operational mobile suits at the time, but this incremental upgrade was a sign of their cooperation to create the best mobile suits they could. The final upgrade then for Unit 2 was almost the same as in the mainline story.
I think the only difference between these two is he changed the coloration saturation, where this one is more desaturated. But this one you can see physical differences in the shoulders. It just has slightly more detail.
After the Battle of Solomon,
Good,
it would be upgraded with the technology of Unit 3, essentially turning it into an RX-78-3 while still being called an RX-78-2. And of course, because in this course of events, Unit 3 was turned into a version Katoki, Unit 2 now also gets upgraded into a version Katoki. Personally, I do prefer the old school backstory that I described first in this video, but the way the master file includes the version Katoki as a logical upgrade path is also really cool, so I am definitely thinking about incorporating that into my personal headcanon. It also makes sense.
I'm assuming this is just one of those issues where they ask someone to make something and they just didn't give them that much lore to work on, or didn't care about the lore to work on in general. I could be wrong, but it feels like something that's just more, hey, we're doing a book, write something, and they just ran with it and it looked really cool. But maybe I'm wrong on that. It's just, that is something I've seen in other franchises when it comes to the extra material that's added in.
With how they describe that the
too.
various mobile suit teams were sharing information. At the time that Dr. Han got possession of the G3, the Jim Early type, the predecessor of the Jim C type, was already being deployed in space, so he could have derived some upgrades from it for use on the G.
Oh yeah, the shoulders are literally just copied over from the Jim. And the more aggressive chest plating as well. Huh. And the bigger shroud. It's basically just a Jim with a Gundam head at that point, isn't it? And beam sabers.
3. Finally then, let's go over some of the weapons used by the Gundams. We already discussed the most famous ones, the 60mm Vulcans, beam sabers, and the 2 beam rifles, but over the course of the war, especially Unit 2 would be used to field test a variety of different weapons. The Super Napalm was a rarely used attachment for the beam rifle that was essentially an underslung grenade launcher that contained 4 napalm-filled rockets that could engulf a wide area in flames.
For extra war crimes.
At the moment, we only know that it was used the one time by Unit 2 to destroy the remaining Operation V parts on Site 7, so there's not a whole lot known about its effectiveness in actual combat. It's also possible that the Super
Would napalm be able to destroy that kind of stuff? I mean, this stuff was able to handle pretty good defensive aspects. Is napalm able to do more damage than the plasma shots from the beam weapons? Oh no, wait, it wouldn't have to deal with that because beam weapons were their side only yet. I keep forgetting that it's not everyone with beam weapons at this timeline. This is early enough where that wasn't the case. Also, floating goat. I'll pull this up. So, floating away today. 1, thank you very much, 2. So, just finishing watching your reaction to AOM. Ooh, nice. Just wanted you to know that in Retold, newest remake, Norse faction has the 4th god who's uniquely focused on fortification? I mean, I've already wish-listed this game. I can't re-wish list it because as soon as it's on sale, I'm picking it up. Oh, yeah. Also, it's super future napalm. That makes sense. Chain reaction. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Ammo going off. It's Freyr, the 4th Norse god, comes from the Retolds DLC. Ooh, yeah.
napalm was usable without being
Oh,
attached
for anyone wondering, this was what we did on Tuesday, where it was the all-day goal that we were hit. And that was for the Age of Mythology. And it was really cool. Basically made me wishlist the game again, even though I haven't played it in almost 20 years. And I just want to do it again.
to the beam rifle. A more commonly used weapon then was the Blash XHB-L03/NSTD Hyper Bazooka. This rocket
Actually, the assault gases firing around isn't a bad idea, because even in space, that would be more visible. So that's probably one of those weird times where it was actually more realistic than most artists would probably describe it as. Yeah.
launcher held 5 rounds and was particularly useful against slower moving and heavily armored targets
Like spaceships. It was at a severe disadvantage against faster moving targets. Yeah, that is blunt force trauma.
like battleships or bunkers. Rumor even has it that it was
You can already tell this is from the movie because of the extreme shading aspects around here. But damn, does it hold up.
originally designed to also have the ability to fire nukes, but this plan was dropped early in development. And when not in use, it could be stored on the Gundam's backskirt.
Yep.
It would also see mass production and would be further developed.
I just realized the back of almost every mobile suit that attaches things there is basically a fanny pack for Gundams. I hate every word I just said.
Basically becoming the go-to weapon for Federation mobile suits that needed to pack some extra punch. The one thing about the Hyper Bazooka that's a bit muddy though...
Also, I'm being told that wasn't a movie, that was just Stardust Memory? Oh, damn. See, I don't think I've seen Stardust Memory, but damn, does it look good. Also, Cass, I'll pull up your comment. I also forgot to say, but Fatal also has a companion book, they made more, called Nevaria. More roles and more fun. How did they have enough support to make more? Also, Stardust Memory is a series, not a movie. 0083 Stardust Memory. Huh. You know what? I don't think I've ever seen this. I know the Gundams of it, the Alex. Or at least I am assuming the Alex came from that, but I don't think I've ever seen the show. That's kind of weird. It means I also have more Gundam to look forward to.
is its caliber. The consensus is currently that it's 380 millimeters, but you'll also find sources claiming that it's 270 millimeters.
Why is it measured in millimeters when they're, oh god, big? You think that wouldn't really work as well. At that point, just make it meters.
320 millimeters, or even something as ridiculous as 700.
Also, Alex was worn in the pocket, and that's 0080. Ah, okay.
Millimeters. That's roughly 1/3 the size of the mobile suit holding it. How? And talking about the more
To be fair, that would look really damn cool if animated to scale.
ridiculous weapons, the Gundam Hammer, which was simply an upscaled version of the medieval flail.
I'm sorry, that was what they actually were like? So you're basically bashing someone with a stick, and this comes around and hits them from the back. It's literally just a club on a stick. A spiked club on a stick. Wouldn't this just... But that's just... Okay, sure, okay, okay. History be weird, man. Also, Duck mentioned 320 millimeters would just be 0.32 meters. Yeah. Is it bad that I just want to see the single M rather than double M? Maybe it was weird that way. It's like conservation of digits or letters. Okay, never mind. It's explicitly just me being weird.
Flail. It was designed for situations where neither beam weaponry nor the Hyper Bazooka could be used, and it did have the power to destroy a Zaku with a single well-placed hit.
Yeah.
And while the Gundam Hammer didn't see widespread adoption...
Also, why is it called the Gundam Hammer when it's the Gundam Flail? Nope, not even going to ask. Also, I'm being told it was used around mounted knights. I guess it has extra reach at that point, and then the weapon is to get around and knock them off from a position they're not bracing for.
Some of these weapons were making the rounds, and it was even upgraded to the Hyper Hammer. The spikes were made pointier, and it now also got thrusters to increase.
This is the predecessor to a lot of the bits, isn't it? Because it's thruster powered on a chain. Huh. I mean, looking at it that way, that kind of makes sense. It's believed that the Hyper Hammer was developed at Belfast. Oh. And Golden Foxy, have I ever tried playing Gundam Battle Operation? I think I have, but I don't remember it. But it's one of those things, I think I remember it coming out and then never really doing more beyond that. Mostly because for the longest time, my internet was... Yeah. Let's just leave it at that. Also, Siren mentioned, remember, one of the core concepts of a lot of ancient weapons and armor, you had to buy your own. Which is why I'm kind of surprised that they went for something that intricate and that easily broken when they could just go with a good old-fashioned spear, because rod with sharp tip is kind of easy and surprisingly very effective. Especially if it's a long rod. You can stab people at a distance and usually save yourself some not dying.
Its momentum, something that would make it even harder to dodge, and also
Ooh, right in the dick. Unfortunately, its effect against more heavily armored targets was still insufficient.
gave it a harder impact. The one Hyper Hammer that we know saw action was destroyed and was never seen again. And last but not least, it used the RXMSH008/SO1025 shield for defensive purposes. Even though the Gundam itself was already made out of the strong Luna titanium alloy that could easily shrug off Zaku machine gun bullets.
Yep. Oh, also, Corona Federico, spear doesn't work against armor knights? No, but if you get a pike design at that point and you can just anchor it into the ground, the knight charging into it could probably impale themselves before anything else. But you have to be aware of it in advance. It's not nearly as effective, but it's still not a bad option.
And even Zaku bazooka rounds, it would nonetheless be an important asset.
But not
Other
unstoppable.
than serving as extra protection from weapons, it could also be used during atmospheric re-entry to...
Oh, there was a hole in it when it did re-entry? Okay, I should probably point out, a lot of re-entry shields we have right now work on the principle of there's no damage to it. Because as soon as they're damaged, that heat goes right through. Like, all of the heat it's blocking here would be going right through there and blasting the Gundam right in the head. Yeah, also right through here, but that's actually missing the worst of it, so the beam saber would be taken out. But this hole actually is the most damaging thing. Also the giant cut across it. But I'm just going to say space magic and leave it at that.
to redirect heat away from the Gundam itself, and according to some sources, the shield could be used to store the beam rifle and even 2 extra beam sabers.
Yeah.
Typically, the shield was mounted onto the left arm, but it could also be mounted on the right arm or stored on the backpack. And that has been all for this condensed version of the development history of the first 3 RX-78 Gundams. I was expecting this to be long, but it was crazy to see how the script just kept on growing with every special feature that I remembered that I needed to talk about. At first I wanted this video to be about the first 8 RX-78s, but that idea quickly changed.
I'm sorry, there were 8 of them? I guess if you're including every variation of the first 3, then there's almost 9, but...
to the first 3 RX-78s and their variations.
Oh, never mind. That wasn't 9 of them simplified down to 3 with variations. It was actually 8 separate ones. Damn.
And then I had to further cut that down to just the first 3. And I still could have lumped more information in. But fear not, that was mostly technobabble stuff like the backpack's model number was RRM3C.
Why do I keep seeing people use this animation for this lady?
Built-in Takim
I have no idea where
NC5
she's from.
Sub-generators that provide power for the beam sabers.
Oh!
Although
That's why they're attached to the backpack. It's literally the power plant for them. Although it's literally the power plant for the entire Gundam, so it makes sense.
I
They're plugged directly in.
I am considering doing a attack on a video on
Oh, audio glitch, that's why.
just the RX-78 because there's just a crazy amount of information available on it. For now, though,
There's a lot of
I'm
Gundams,
just going to leave you with the fact that it has an extendable microphone built into the head for spying on the enemy. because nothing says sneaky like a giant 18-meter tall death machine that is painted in white, red, blue, and yellow.
Something, something, Steiner. Something, something.
But anyways, don't forget to check out yours out with the link down below.
Okay, before we go any further, I definitely want to check this out. We are going to be looking at the people who posted Gundam bits in my Discord, because I'm pretty sure Duck said he already was posting his. I'm going to pull it up quickly, see what we can grab, because it's going to be awesome. Speaking of, he did. Duck, thank you for posting this. So we got the initial RX with the various options, and the beam saber looks pretty solid. Simple, but it works. Oh, and you actually put the stickers on. Wow. Dude, like, people just drop in the Gundams on this stuff, and oh, this must be Armor Core. Maybe something else. Oh, dude. So many Gundam model variations, man. I love everything about this right now. I'm not showing the right one, am I? I am not showing the right one. That's embarrassing. Let's pretend we did that. But this is Duck showing off his Gundam with actual stickers applied to it. And frankly, I think it holds up really damn well. Look at this thing, man. We even have the stickers on the lenses. Yeah, let's pretend I didn't fuck that up. Yeah, we're just going to ignore that. You guys saw nothing. Like, there's a sticker in there. You can see, unless that's actually painted on there, which for all I know, maybe. It's surprisingly good. And if these are not new stickers he's applied, then the old stickers actually held up pretty well. Ooh, and we have I Really Like Kelpies with the done with the Plague Marine Camphor. Here's a teaser, the unpainted picture, work in progress. Is this all? Oh, this is kit bashed. God damn. Surprisingly, it looks really good. Oh, you got the guts hanging out. Oh, of course you got the guts hanging out. Oh, seriously though. It's so freaking cool, man. I just love this kind of stuff. So looking at it is just utter catnip to me. If anyone else has pictures of the Gundams that we're going to cover, let me know, because I would love to see what the models look like fully done. And I'm definitely getting tempted into going and getting more Gundam, aren't I? Nope, I have self-control. I am a man. I could definitely not give in immediately. Yeah, if that sounds believable to anyone else, thanks. Yeah, also, ooh, Mr. Riccio? One, sorry for butchering your name too. I do have the custom painted RX-78-1 and 78-3 from entry grade RX-78-2. Oh, goddamn, that's awesome. Oh, seriously, man, just some things people do are just insane. I love every second of it. Oh. Oh, and according to Blue, here is the Javelin Beam Saber. It looks like he's still about to throw it. It's like, it's such a good idea. Why do they make it not such a good idea? Oh, God. Either way, though, I just wanted to show those off because it's pretty awesome. So let's jump into the next one with me actually doing it right. Turning the camera back on. I'm trying to let it get some time to cool down so we keep going. Also, Siren, you also have a spouse who I wouldn't be surprised if they had a slingshot aimed at your head off screen for bad decisions. They're out of ammo. I mean, nothing like that. What? No. Next up, we have the Buster Gundam development history, walking back into the best franchise of Gundam, Seed. I know I just rage baited someone by saying that.
After the duel, the Buster was the second G project machine to be made with the X100 frame.
Yeah.
But rather than focusing on close to mid-range, the Buster was instead designed as an artillery support unit. Just like today's partner Urzap.
They got me on that one. They got me.
Back to our long-range Gundam now. something that was of course immediately noticeable by looking at its weapons. Rather than a simple handheld beam rifle, it now had a 350mm gun launcher and 94mm high energy rifle that were connected to the hips as its main weapons. The gun launcher on the right was a railgun that could fire a variety of rounds, but most often it would use some kind of shrapnel ammo to aid this long-range machine in both close combat and as a missile countermeasure. But it could also be loaded with armor-piercing or high-explosive squash shells.
Is it just me, and this could be completely off base here, but I looked at the Buster design and always went, oh, we have heavy arms at home. Every time I saw it, that's the only thing I could think. It's like a depressing heavy arms. I've mentioned before, I utterly nostalgia, completely rose-tinted glass, everything out of wing, despite knowing it does have significant issues. But that I can't stop thinking it, man. Even the coloration is similar to the movie ones. Not the same by any means, but very close.
Depending on the situation. The 94mm high energy rifle then was, simply put, the strongest beam rifle of the original 5G weapons, which as a result also drew more power. And
also, Tori, the heavy arms didn't have beam weapons? No, it didn't. But its entire shtick was all the guns, and this was the Seed Gundam early on that had all the guns. Even if the entire usage was very different, and honestly, it's probably closer to what the Zero did, it's where my mind went because of the coloration and the shoulders.
As if that still wasn't enough, the gun launcher and the high energy rifle could also be combined for even more powerful attacks. When the high energy rifle was in front, it became the Hyper Impulse long range sniper rifle, a long range beam rifle that had enough force to penetrate multiple mobile suits and even multiple ships. The only downside was a reduced rate of fire. And when the gun launcher was in front, it became the anti-armor shotgun. It could now fire multiple rounds in one go, resulting in an even bigger spread, which then made this combination ideal for either engaging multiple targets at once, or speedy targets that were difficult to shoot down with a semi-automatic beam rifle or sniper rifle. And while all of this power is fine and dandy, there was one issue that the Buster needed to overcome.
Also, according to Duck, he has kits that use seed kits from Gundam Build Fighters battle logs. Wait, Gundam Build Fighters has variations on top of the variations. This isn't just me not knowing enough about Gundam Build Fighters then. I've heard about it for a long time, I just never checked it out.
Just like the Duel, the Buster's armor consisted of phase shift armor, an electric armor system that rendered physical attacks useless. At least as long as it had enough power left in its battery.
Is this literally the same power score as what Ava had? Like, animation-wise, I know I want to double-check that because it does seem incredibly reminiscent to me. Evangelion. I misspelled Evangelion by adding a P. How did I do that? Nope. Nah, this is what the power was going to look like for this. That's not it. Open this in a new window. Yeah. Stop slow normal racing. Huh. I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense, but it's different enough, but it seems so incredibly reminiscent of it. Or maybe it's just because standard design, I just haven't realized that. Wait, it also has racing as well. Do Japanese cars have a race setting? Okay, sure.
The same battery that also needed to power those high energy weapons. In fact, both of these weapons were so powerful that there was a fear that the phase shift armor would momentarily lose power when they were fired. So to fix these issues, the Alliance's engineers came up with two solutions. To make sure that the Buster could drive these weapons, two sub-generators were installed in the weapons themselves. And this is also the reason why, when they combine, they become more powerful. The second solution then is 2 extra batteries in the knees to make sure that the buster could keep firing away.
In the knees? Oh! Was not expecting that, but okay. You think that's the thing that would get blown off the earliest and then become a problem. Also, Siren, it's actually similar to the Yu-Gi-Oh! 5D motorcycle, at least in the games. I don't know when Seed came out, but it might be older than 5Ds. The thing is, I don't know how old it is. There's so many referential things. It could be very much that. Gundam Seed release date was 2002 to 2003. Oh god, this is over 20 years old. And then Yu-Gi-Oh! 5D's release date. And according to Wikipedia, that was 2008 to 2012. Huh. But the series aired from 2008, yeah. So technically, Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds might have been referencing this. Probably not. That would be really odd, but
while
its
cool operating time still fell in line with that of the other G weapons. And there is still more cool stuff to talk about when it came to these weapons. There's 2 main reasons why they're on rails instead of being purely handheld.
Because it looks cooler? Am I the only one thinking that?
The first one is simply that it helps with combining the guns, and the second one is it helps to reduce recoil. Also,
really?
It is technically possible for the gun launcher and the beam rifle to be disconnected and handed to an ally. Something that was only shown during the final battle of the First Bloody Valentine War.
Yeah, the crazy pilots.
To make sure then that the buster would actually hit its targets with these weapons, it was outfitted with a large sensor on the head that was protected with extra armor. And because of this...
Oh, that's why they did that? This is probably one of those, the reason is they needed to make something look different, and then they had fun designing the reasoning why behind it. Overall, it does stand out.
Sensitive equipment, it also lacked Vulcan guns, so that the vibrations wouldn't cause any interference, or maybe even damage them. And then to round up the weapons, it had 2 6-tube 220mm missile pods on the shoulders. They housed short-range infrared-guided air-to-air missiles and mainly served to bolster the buster's close-range defenses. The idea here being that the missiles could be...
And this image is why I kept thinking heavy arms every time I saw this Gundam. It's just the SRM, or I guess air-to-air tubes, opening up, and all the Gundam guns all the way around it. It's not quite the same, but it's enough, and there's a green color scheme that makes me just connected in my head, and I can't unsee it.
Fired, while the buster itself could retreat to a more favorable position.
Also, I'm being told by Siren, 5Ds references a lot of movies and movie concepts. So you wouldn't be surprised? Yeah, honestly, that kind of makes sense. And Androgynous did mention Gundam inspired a lot in the anime industry, and there's been a lot of Gundam take inspiration from. Surprisingly, I'm not sure how much of it was inspired by G Gundam, but I would love to find out more because that was such a ridiculous show with one of the admittedly scariest Gundams in the entire franchise. Yeah, as a kid, learning about the Devil Gundam was one of those, oh god, what the fuck moments. Wait. Has the development guides he's doing... Has Kakarot done the Devil Gundam yet? Oh, that would be a thing, all right.
But they could, of course, also be used for bombarding bases, attacking ships, and intercepting missiles. And depending on the situation, they could also be replaced with smokescreen bombs or gas discharge bombs. And because of all this equipment, it also shouldn't come as a surprise that the buster was by far the heaviest of the original 5G weapons. And that is despite not having a shield. The reason for this being that it was thought that it wouldn't need one because it wasn't supposed to be a frontline machine, and that it would mostly rely on its allies to keep its enemies at bay.
Also, for people mentioning the Heavy Arms doesn't have green in it, for the show version, you're right. I always remember more of the actual movie version, though, where it was green. That's just what sticks in my head more.
That being said though, this did not mean that the Buster was completely useless.
Also, I'm being told, Duck had to pop my bubble on this one. He doesn't cover, so Kakarot doesn't do the Devil Gundam, but he does cover the God Gundam and the sister units. I'll take what I can get on this one.
In close combat.
Also, according to Siren, autocorrect thinks Yu-Gi-Oh is named Hugo. I've never had that issue, but it has auto-corrected me to include the dashes a few times.
Either. We've already covered some of the weapons that it could use to defend itself, but also, thanks to its nimble X100 frame, its mobility was still comparable to the earlier Duel and the later Strike. But unfortunately for the Alliance, they wouldn't be able to use this amazing long-range machine for long, before it could even be officially introduced.
Under new management? Ah, yes. That works.
It was already stolen by Zaft. However, this did not stop them from making some variations and even trying to mass produce the thing.
No.
At first, the plan was to turn the Buster's weapons into a striker pack so that it could be used with the high-performance A1 dagger.
And you did see something like that in the Strike Gundam, having the option to get Buster aspects.
However,
Grand Theft
it was
Gundam?
quickly determined that it wouldn't have sufficient power as a striker pack, and the idea never left the drawing board.
Really? Buster Dagger. Oh.
Instead, they decided to go for a full-on mass production model based on the aforementioned A1 dagger. And if you want to know more about this unit, I'll have a link to my dagger development history on screen, in the description, and in the pinned comment. The second variant then was an upgraded version known as the Verde Buster. This machine started its life as a normal Buster Gundam as part of the Earth Alliance's Elite Phantom Pain unit, but then under the Action project, it would be further customized for its pilot. And in order to become the Verde Buster...
And again, mounting more guns on a Gundam is cool. Who would have thought? Oh, hey, Maxim, thank you very much for the gift. I'll just pull this up quickly because I think it's cool. Yeah. High five. That's just neat, man. Thank you.
It would definitely receive quite some upgrades.
Yeah.
First of all, for its role as a long-range support unit, the 94mm high-energy rifle and 350mm gun launcher were upgraded and were now mounted on the shoulders.
I'm being told this is Stargazers. Oh, that's why I don't recognize it. It does look cool, though. Don't get the eye slits having 3 options. But I need to check out Stargazers, don't I? I think it's... I mean, we have animated pictures right here, so maybe there was an anime for it.
For the most part, they would function the same, but they could no longer combine to form their high-powered versions. To compensate for this then, the Verde Buster's main weapons now became 2 M9009B composite bayonet beam rifles.
What?
By themselves, they fired already quite powerful beams, but by combining them, they were able to fire beams powerful enough to severely damage a space station.
Wouldn't most beam weaponry damage a space station, though? Like, they were not super durable in Seed. Oh, it was a 3-episode OVA. Oh.
And for close combat, they were equipped with bayonets that could generate a force field. Not only did this help them to cut...
Wait, the bayonets generate a force field, or are they just calling a force field a bayonet? Probably missing something on this. Also, according to Androgynes, Stargazer's story will only confuse you if you haven't seen Seed and Destiny. I will acknowledge seeing one of them and forget the other one intentionally.
Through enemies more easily, but it also helped to extend the effective range of the beams. The 2 shoulder-mounted 6-tube 220mm missile launchers then remained roughly the same, but the shapes of the shoulders they were mounted on were completely different, and they also received large thrusters on the back, possibly to help the Verde Buster with its close combat capabilities.
Or to get away from it.
Another change then that was made to accommodate close combat was extending the extra armor of the main sensor to now cover the entire face. This way it would also protect the eye sensors. And since we're on the topic of sensors, these were also upgraded, and combined with improved hands and fire control system, the Verde Buster had significantly improved accuracy. The final 2 main changes then were replacing the phase shift armor with the new and more energy efficient variable phase shift armor, and adding a power extender to the machine. 2 upgrades that would increase the operating time of this
Am I the only one looking at this going like it has a really fucked up smile on it? I don't know this model. I assume it's the Buster variant, but it looks really weird.
Very energy-hungry machine. Unfortunately, none of these upgrades would prove sufficient to protect the Verde Buster's pilot from himself.
What? First of the day in Kuz. Please return immediately. Ah, they're insane.
And
Signal lost right after they profess, I will never forgive you, and they're dead. Also, according to Alan, Stargazer is around Break the World incident. Oh.
third and final variant then also started its life as a regular Buster Gundam, but this time, instead of being developed by the Earth Alliance, it was the mysterious Librarian Works who were responsible for this machine.
I know nothing about them. I'm pretty sure this is probably Stargazer or something to do with the side projects. I don't know anything about the side stuff. Hell, most of what I know is just learning about them through these videos.
And upon its completion, they dubbed it the Hail Buster.
Huh. That's an interesting design. So they have a Vulcan that only shoots if they're opening the missile pod? Okay, sure. I mean, it's not really a Vulcan, it's more like just a flat-out machine gun on that thing.
After the English Hail, in reference to its firepower,
Astray?
that would hail down on its enemies. And one of the most...
I still don't know if I like this design or not. It's not bad looking, but it's definitely interesting. As a toy, cool. Practicality? Librarian Buster. Hail Buster is from the Astray manga. Yeah, and according to Mohadawa, sorry for butchering your name. Stargazer's timeline are in between Break the World Incident and Destroy Gundam deployment. I don't know what Break the World Incident is. Now, maybe I do know, I'm just forgetting or don't remember that's what it's called, but I definitely know what Destroy Gundam deployment is.
Interesting features were the two main weapons. There's still just the 350mm gun launcher and 94mm high-energy rifle, but now they're flipped around, and instead of being connected to the hips, they're now connected to the backpack. And that backpack isn't just any ordinary backpack either.
Oh?
It's a striker pack.
What?
Appropriately named the Buster Striker.
Oh.
Apparently, they were able to achieve what the Alliance couldn't without sacrificing performance. And this, and of course,
Also, I'm being told it's Seed Destiny events. I'm okay not remembering then.
also means that the Hail Buster can be outfitted with any of the other striker packs. Also, because of this new configuration, there have been some rumors that the guns can no longer combine into the Hyper Impulse long-range sniper rifle or anti-armor shotgun, but it is commonly believed that they still can. As with almost all of the other Buster variants then, it also retained the two 6-tube 220mm.
So this did get a physical model though, and honestly, it kind of looks good. Like, it's showing a bit of age, but not too much, and there's enough moving parts that I could definitely forgive that.
Missile launchers, but they now also had a 120mm 3-barrel anti-ship Vulcan bolted to the hatch of each
Oh, that was basically still a Vulcan, but even bigger. Oh, damn.
one of them. And because they're designed to deal damage against ships,
Missiles.
they're of course also very effective against enemy mobile suits.
Yeah.
The other big difference then was that it now had Mirage Colloid that can turn the mobile suit invisible to both the naked eye and sensors.
They had a lot of fun with this because it means they can have an entire Gundam and then just not draw it. If it was ever animated, I think they would love that because like, oh god, we don't have to do as much. Nice! Also, Steven, Break the World Incident was the colony drop. Ah, yeah, they did that. I forgot about that.
And as if that wasn't enough already, its own sensors also received an upgrade for a reported 30% increase, and it also got extra sensors on the chest and the face. And these new ones could instantly recognize and analyze an enemy mobile suit.
So, in other words, it's a sensor. Nice. Immediately, though, that's not bad. I'm going to point out here. According to Engineer, despite his big guns, his primary combat tactic relies on Mirage Colloid system to turn invisible, sneak up on targets, stealthily gather enemy data, and then destroy them in a single sniper attack. Admittedly, yeah, Sniper Invisible Gundam sounds like one of the most terrifying things you can imagine. Because you can't shoot down what you don't know is there. You know how bad Gundam Seed Destiny is bad? No one remembers there was a colony drop. Yeah, then there was a colony drop, and then there was, what was it? They had like the super weapon that had fired, then they had the super weapon that could also fire again, but it could like shoot multiple things. There was a lot of super weapons in this, except that was also kind of something they were taking from the UC timeline, because there was a lot of super weapons in that too. Oh, there's a lot of super weapons in most Gundam.
Something that gave the Hailbuster even more accuracy, and also helped the pilot with choosing the best course of action. Finally then, its armor also got changed around a bit, with the biggest change being different knee armor for a more stable firing position when kneeling. And all
looks like the legs are bigger. Maybe it's just the position of the camera.
All of this came together in one dangerous package. It would use its Mirage Colloid to close in undetected, use its sensors to get a perfect overview of all of its enemies, and then unleash a hail of bullets, beams, and missiles to take them all out. And then one final thing that I quickly wanted to mention before wrapping up this video is the underwater equipment that made its appearance in the Gundam Seed RE manga. It's made out of parts of the Goon and the Zono, and give the Buster Gundam improved underwater combat capabilities.
Why would they bring a... Was there a lot of fighting in Seed underwater I just didn't know about? Okay, sure.
Also, the cruising mode looks like the Goon, and the deployed mode looks like an underwater version of the Meteor. And that...
Except it's underwater, so all the pressure hitting directly onto the Gundam itself would probably tear it apart. Except it probably didn't because plot reasons. There were like one scene in the background.
Has been all for the development history of the Buster so far. Of course, it would also get a spiritual successor in the form of the GAT-X131 Calamity, but that is a development history for another time. So if you enjoyed this video, be sure to give it a like and subscribe for more similar videos in the future. Don't forget to check out yours out with the link down below. As always, a big thank
And next up we have the Aasimar. I'm probably butchering that name. Is it Aasimar or Aasimar? I don't know. I also don't really care because it's going to be interesting regardless. But some of the Gundam designs, man, are really weird. Granted, it's why I love them. So let's jump into this one. I have no idea which series this is coming from, though. Also, I'm being told that from Cyber Dragoon, do note, this came out before Seed Freedom, so no Lightning Buster. Oh, there was even another one he didn't get to because it came out first. Huh.
During the Grips conflict, the big mobile suit...
Okay, we're doing UC then. All right.
...fad of the time was transformable machines.
Yeah.
Something that inevitably began an arms race on each side. And for the Federation, this began shortly after the One-Year War with the production of the RX-78E Gundam GT4.
I hate that I actually think this looks cool. It's like super stumpy. I'm getting a lot of Robotech vibes off this one, that's why.
A transformable mobile suit that would unfortunately suffer many of the same problems as other transformable mobile suits.
Yeah. Ooh, also, Max, I'm going to pull up your comment. One, thank you very much, too. You should check out Kakarot's What If videos. I don't even know what his What If videos are, so maybe after this plays, we'll see what happens.
The transformation mechanism was too complex and resulted in a machine that was structurally too weak. And sadly for the machine, unlike what happened with the Delta Gundam, the plans for the GT4 were shelved.
Can I copy your homework? Yeah, just change it up a bit so it doesn't look obvious you copied it. Sure thing! So I'm not the only one seeing the Robotech thing there. Got it.
Never to be seen again. Instead, it's said that the engineers who worked on it would instead go on to work on the Gapland and the Aasimar, where the knowledge gained from the GT4 would serve as a basis. So if after this video you want to buy some cool Oshimar stuff, you might want to give Bai a shot.
Nope, this might actually be something I'm interested in. I do not want that.
Let's have a closer look at the history of the flying...
And that's from Macross? Yeah, that would do it. Wait, what was I saying? Was I saying Battletech? Whatever. I say words sometimes.
Donut. Throughout the one-year war, both the Federation and Xeon had employed their own versions of the subflight system for mobile suits.
Yeah.
And after the war, the Federation continued their research in this field with the Base Jabber and the Dodai Kai.
A lot of times there's things in Gundam that just like, it's stupid, but I'll roll with it. I don't like these. I think on their own they wouldn't be bad as like a space bomber or transport, but that's not what they're meant to do. And I just think overall, I just do not like the design. Mostly because they're meant to be just flying platforms that the Gundams that fly often stand on instead. And it just looks so less epic. Not to mention, if it was actually supposed to fly in air, then the wind drag would be utterly dumb. And in space, sure, why not? But it's very different in atmosphere, and that's where we usually see it. And I'm being hyperpendentic about something that doesn't need to be hyperpendentic. And it's kind of fun when there's other ones, but this right here is just, I don't like it. If someone told me, though, this was a giant transport cruiser, I'd be like, ooh, cool spaceship design. Which is why it pisses me off, because it's so close to being something I would like. Also, Steven, you should check out Big Micah C's 1 Year War Explained series and the Grips War Explained. Oh, those probably are big videos. Might maybe get people to do that as a goal, but that would be something all right.
Two systems that would prove to be immensely successful and would soon see use all over the globe. But during their development and testing, shortcomings also came to light. They took up extra space in the hangar, had low climb rates, weren't suited to be attack aircraft, and if destroyed, it would be a huge problem for the deployability of the mobile suit that was supposed to go on it. So because of this, the Federation also decided to begin investing in the research of transformable machines.
You know, people were saying that in chat, I didn't see it. Now that I see it, it's like, oh, it does look like a donut. The second I said that, my stomach started growling. Did not think this would be the thing that got me, but apparently it was.
This then led to the development of the Oshimar at the Oakland New Type Labs.
I don't like it. I don't know why. Maybe it's the orange. I just don't like the color, I think.
The first successful
orange with dark green
mobile suit. And unlike later variable machines, the Oshimar was developed at a time that the movable frame hadn't yet been finalized. So instead, a so-called drum frame was developed from the Jim Quell's early form of movable frame.
Oh, that actually came into something. And goddamn you, Engineer Main. I see all those pancakes in chat. Time to get some Dunkin' Donuts. Actually, there's a donut shop relatively close to my house that's not too bad price-wise, and their donuts are amazing. Like, unironically, they're some of the best. They're very thick, they're very dense, they're not too sweet, but the sauces they use are very unique, and I need to stop thinking about this.
It's also said that some aspects of this drum frame were taken from the Cattle Mobile Worker Unit. And thanks to this new frame, it was sturdy enough to sustain itself under gravity, and thanks to the magnet coating that was applied to the joints, it was able to pull off the transformation in half a second.
This probably is Zeta.
This gave the Oshimar incredible freedom during combat, as it could quickly close in on enemies in mobile armor.
Yeah, that's definitely not Char without his face covered. It's definitely Zeta.
Mode, transform to engage in hand-to-hand combat, and transform again to either disengage or move on to its next target. And thanks to the magnet coating I just mentioned, it was definitely not a pushover either. This machine could easily go toe-to-toe with even the latest AU
you know, considering what we're seeing on screen, saying it's Zeta obvious now.
Machines. However, the only weapon it had at its disposal to deal with them were either its fists or its own purpose-built large beam rifle.
I mean, on the one hand, are the fists any good? Two, beam rifles are generally pretty good at murder. I think most people who have beam rifles are, and hear me out, using them for said purpose.
With everything on the Oshimar, it was designed to be as aerodynamic as possible, and also packed a serious punch with its 2.6 megawatts. It could fire...
How much is a megawatt again? I don't actually remember the scale because it's in metric.
either a
I will admit, though, that's definitely a choice to have it have a patterned beam, but okay.
single beam or a burst beam, resulting in a very unusual looking beam pattern. Its head then was also a technological marvel. It featured various radar and sensor equipment for during high-speed
The AU
flight.
also had them.
The blade antenna also had differential pressure sensors, and rather than a single mono-eye, it also had 3 extra sub-mono-eyes.
Huh.
And despite all of this, the Oshimar was still relatively cheap to produce and would soon enter mass production. At first, it was only stationed at bases in North America, but after gaining the Titan's support, it was stationed all over the Earth.
Also, I'm being told by Engineer Mate, 1 megawatt is 1,000 watts. Also known as 1,000 general GPUs at this point. Or half a data center. A fifth of a data center. If any of them actually did exist.
However, despite being
Also, according to Twitch, do not go down the Gundam Gundam weapon power rabbit hole. It makes no sense. Just warning you that the Gundam spec sheets have some nonsense on them. Like some of their thrust values, to be fair, I'm not a numbers guy. It will not make sense to me. And I think I'm probably the exact person it was designed for, not to look it up.
a revolutionary design, or perhaps because it was a revolutionary design, the machine wasn't without its flaws either. Because it was armed with only a single beam rifle, pilots began demanding a unit with more firepower, something that led to the development of the Gaplant. And there were supposedly also a number of crashes due to the machine.
Ooh, also, I did miss a super chat from Steven to maybe do things as a stream. That would always come up to chat.
Machine's rough flight characteristics, which then led to the slow withdrawal of this once widespread machine. A fact that could also explain why this machine suddenly seems to vanish after the Grips War. But
so in other words, whenever the show they were designed for stopped, they stopped. I'm assuming the next artist just didn't like the design. But in universe, sure, why not?
not before spawning a number of variants and a successor.
Ooh.
One of those variants being...
It looks like a lobster. Am I the only one seeing that? Like the arms, the head, it looks like a lobster. I can't unsee that.
The Oshimar Donda Chakra. This machine belonged to Lieutenant Commander Brader and started its life as just a standard Oshimar. But then, after receiving heavy damage, it wasn't just repaired, but also overhauled and upgraded in a variety of ways.
So I'm going to pull this up. Max, thank you very much. 10 thumbs up for the jewels. Thank you. It's the Pumpkin Pie Warrior. Oh my god. You know what? I see it. This must be the gourd then.
The unit had thicker armor, mostly on the arms, shoulders, and head. It had a stronger antenna. The eye sensor was now on an X-rail shape, with the sub-eyes now always being visible, and the legs were completely different. They were made lighter and more powerful, and in mobile armor mode, they now also folded into the main body for even better aerodynamics.
Okay, that actually looks kind of cool. Also, I'm being told by Maxim, it does look like it could turn into a crab. Or a bit like a lobster. Yeah, I see it. The crab especially.
And
I mean, it's basically a king crab from Battletech. It's really close.
Final big change were the weapons. The large beam rifle was replaced by a 4-barreled mega particle cannon, and it also got extra weapons. 2 beam sabers, 1 on each forearm, 2 beam pistols usable in both mobile suit and mobile armor mode, and 4...
The more I hear about mobile armors, they're really strong when they're not built to be utter death traps. But maybe that's just me.
Air-to-ground missiles.
All should become crab? Indeed.
Our second variant, then, is the EWAC version. But for
the electronic warfare? Warfare and control, probably.
For the history of this machine, we have to go all the way back to one of the original prototypes of the Oshimar.
So would it be a support aircraft?
The space prototype.
What?
A unit whose original shape has unfortunately been lost to time.
Wait, I think I see hands. Those are probably the rockets. I wonder what this is supposed to actually be. Probably one of the support for the Gundams.
What we do know though is that this machine was made to test out the Oshimar's transformation mechanism. And this was done in space because 0G would put less stress on the frame. At some point then, the Titans became interested in this machine and forcibly requisitioned it to begin development of their own version of the Oshimar. Something...
Yeah, how do you make the Titans evil? You just act like normal people in the Federation, but without anyone saying no, which really didn't change much.
That would initially result in the prototype Oshimar TR3 Kahar space type, a unit whose test data would prove invaluable for the development of the Gundam TR6 Wound Warsis frame.
I think we've seen this one before. I still have no idea where this one's from because I don't recognize it. This admittedly kind of looks cool. Although I think I'm biased because putting giant rockets on anything suddenly makes it look cool to me.
After the space tests were complete then, the unit was overhauled for atmospheric testing. And it's no coincidence that the machine now looks a lot more like the Oshimar that we're all familiar with. During the time that the Titans were playing around with their new toy, the Federation had mostly rounded up the development of the Oshimar.
Yeah, there's just a lot more thruster on this. Damn.
That would eventually go into mass production. So, thanks to this,
I'm being told it's a part of Advance of Zeta? I don't think I know what that is. AOZ. Oh, it's from the books. From the Return of Zeta books. Oh, okay. Advance of Zeta, a manga following the Titans test pilots. Oh. That's why I have no idea about it then. Okay. And really, Kelpie's mentioned, you can trace a lot of the UC dev history to the Advance of Zeta MS. Huh.
Titans could simply use the Oshimar's test data to overhaul their machine. That being said, the performance and flight characteristics of their machine were superior, and it also had the advantage in terms of weaponry. The beam rifle it used was visually similar, but also had the option of turning into a beam axe or a beam sickle.
Sickle? The axe? That's actually pretty cool, because there's a lot of things that need cutting.
Giving it better close combat capabilities, and it had a spread beam gun mounted on the left side of its chest, a weapon that was inspired by that of the Dom. Plans also existed to attach extra modules on the side of the machine to have it act as a sub-flight system.
So it actually had, at this point though, it doesn't seem like a sub-flight system, more as an individual carrier that can then fight on its own, which, yeah, more guns, man. Hell, if it's maneuvering faster in space, is probably a really great option because you can leave all the heavy lifting and power requirements to the individual docked Gundams, and then it takes care of mobility. So it's more just docking with additional guns for it. That's actually kind of a brilliant idea in space. On Earth, I still think it's dumb, but on space, hell yeah, man.
But it's not known if they ever got further than the drawing board. Had the Titans' version of the Oshimar won out, this probably would have become a reality though. But while the Kahar wouldn't end up being the mass production version, it was nonetheless a very important machine for the Titans. Not only would it serve as a prototype for the Wound Warsis frame, as I just mentioned, but it would also be used to develop tactics and maneuvers for this new type of transformable mobile suit.
Also, I'm being told by Mo, Advance of Zeta reaches UC 100. Damn. And you mentioned, we'll practice Second Amendment. I mean, that's basically all of the UC and all of Gundam in general. And Zach mentioned, you are right in that the core creative production team behind Zeta Gundam got changed during ZZ, and you can tell the direction of the mobile suits seems to be different between shows. Also, I have the TR6 Hazel half built on your desk, and I have the parts that turn into the KHAR2. Ooh, the TR6 ends at literally the last battle in Zeta. The pilot defects and destroys the TR6 because it was too strong.
A task that would be vital because, again, the Oshimar was the first successful machine of its kind. The beam gun then would serve as basis for the Gapley's Phaeton rifle, and lastly, the machine itself would be further developed into the Gundam TR6 Kahar 2, also known as the Gundam TR6 Woundward Kahar 2 form.
Is that... They didn't actually... They gave it a dick. A dick saber. That's happened multiple times now. Why do they keep giving ever more practical, let's go with that, or impressive cod pieces to the Gundams? It's like, I'm not compensating for anything here. But if I was, I'd get stabbed by it. It does look cool, but at the same time, well, you know how it's going to stand, all 3 legs.
As the name indicates, this was the Woundwort with new equipment to bring it in line with the Oshimar, something that was especially obvious from its transformed state. But the new parts did much more than just change its shape. It had a giant antenna on its head for optimal communications with its wingmen, the shoulders now had thermonuclear jet engines and spread beam guns.
Also, I'm being told by Federico, because it used to attach to a bigger unit. Ah, so it was meant for docking. Hi, everyone. I'm Airier. I have the humor of a 5-year-old, and it's not going to get any better.
And could also be used as shields.
It does unironically
And the
look
new
pretty cool, though.
attitude control binders also served as extra protection for the chest and sub-arms. Its color scheme then was also changed to the standard Titan's dark blue color scheme, but there were also units painted in yellow that were equipped with the inlay.
Oddly enough, having it more stretched out like this looks incredibly unique, and I really love that design. Huh. Also, I'm being told it's the cog piece is the backpack for another mobile suit. Ah. And it was a small part of an even larger unit. The Zone of Enders cod piece, a very large unit. Quite the package.
And later on, some units would be captured by Re-Zeon and painted in a red color scheme.
Ooh.
These units would also have their model number changed to reflect their new allegiance, and of these captured units, 6 would be equipped with a Psychoma system and be used as bodyguards for the leader of Re-Zeon, Alicia Zabi.
I don't know anything about this time frame because I don't remember an Alicia. I might have encountered them in some of the other media, but I'm not pulling it really well right now.
And last
also, Clone, it looks more like a mobile armor than a mobile suit. It can kind of hit that, and I think it's mostly meant to do the transformation thing where it is a mobile armor. But even when it turns into the suit variant, yeah, I see what you mean. Granted, it's so unique, I kind of like the design of the later ones.
Not least, the units could also be outfitted with a sensor radome, turning them into the Kahar 2 EWAC mode, sometimes also called the EWAC Kahar 2. The main goal of this was for the Kahar units attached to the inlay. They would go out and do reconnaissance and report their findings back to the inlay in real time. And this radome was also developed with compatibility with other mobile suits in mind, and thus the EWAC Oshimar became a thing. And because the design of the radome mixed very well with the aerodynamical design of the Oshimar, the machine was very successful and would still be in use after the Grips War.
Yeah, and in general, just having more information on the airspace, battle space is useful, so electronic warfare and control, hell yeah, man.
And apparently, it would also be nicknamed Pancake after the equally pancake-shaped XF-5U from World War II.
Oh yeah, that was a real plane. I think I remember seeing a video about it in Dr. Christmas. Or not about it specifically, but I think it was brought up within the Dr. Christmas video that Tex Talks did, or the Black Pants Legion, where it showed that this design was... it had issues. It was very aerodynamic, but that wasn't the best part, or the worst.
And to wrap up our loose ends from the Kakar's development...
Okay, I'm just going to say it. This looks like someone just played Warcraft, because all the shoulder pad... oh my god. I swear there's a suit underneath the shoulder somewhere.
There was also the Advanced Kahar 2, a unit that was, at its core, the regular Kahar 2, but upgraded with components from the Queenly and the Hrairu 2. It had upgraded legs, a weapon cargo container on each shoulder, and a high mega cannon on its head. The next up for the Oshimar line then was the RAS-96 Angsha. A machine that would also incorporate design elements from the Gapland, like the movable shield binders on the forearm.
That is pretty cool. And
would place an emphasis on keeping ease of production in mind. Something that was accomplished by using standardized parts from the Jagan line. And
oh yeah, and you could see it within the head. Even though it has everything around it, the base head shape is actually almost completely reminiscent of that. Huh. And they have a cod piece on top of the cod piece for double the cod piece. Yeah.
And this became immediately obvious when looking at the head. Although, it's also said that this change was intentionally done by the Federation brass because they wanted to distance this machine from both Zeon and the Titans as much as possible.
Admittedly, good reason, because walking around with those assholes' entire insignia, not the best choice. I don't think it's a good one.
The other
also, I'm being told it's from Gundam Unicorn? Oh. I probably have seen it then, because I do remember seeing all of Gundam Unicorn. It was, admittedly, I listened to the music constantly, and I do remember the anime.
Differences then were more flight surfaces for better maneuverability and a more well-rounded arsenal of weapons. It had
more flight surfaces for better maneuverability. Can we completely be honest at this point? If it's not in space, we're just using this as sheer, just ignore it and roll with it. This is rule of cool in air. We don't need it to be realistic at that point, because it is not going to fly, other than because the plot said it flies on rockets. We're just going to ignore the rest. Admittedly, I'm fine with that, but I don't think everyone would be.
Has a powerful beam rifle on each of the shield binders, 2 beam sabers stored in the knees, and a pair of 60mm Vulcan guns. Finally then,
looks like it has
unlike the
poofy
Kahar,
hair,
who only had plans to carry allied mobile suits, the Angsha was capable of carrying allied machines on its back when it was in mobile armor mode. All in all, the Angsha was a formidable and versatile machine on paper, but unfortunately this didn't always translate that well into reality.
Yeah.
But this wasn't where the legacy of the Ashimar would end. Many decades
and according to Duck, he has posted the kits in the Discord. I will check those out soon.
later, during the age of the warring space states,
I don't like it. It's like it has extra pancakes for its pancakes with a side of pancake. Because it becomes a pancake with more pancakes, but the pancakes have guns. It's just an entire flapjack stack.
The design of this flying donut would once again be dusted off and pushed into service, this time by Cyclops. The armor was made thicker, the legs now also transformed into a donut, making it a double donut. The face was changed and it was outfitted with a new antenna for the communication network and data management of.
So that's the transformed version, not extra pieces to it. This is a crossbow manga suit, Franken suits. Yeah, I get that one. It's the successor. And somehow it looks older. Probably because the design for this happened IRL before some of the later designs we saw, like the unicorn variants, which technically in timeline would be older, but IRL time would have come way after it.
Cyclops.
Also, I was literally talking about pancakes, like, at least I'm not feeling hungry. And then somehow Ryan just wrote pancakes stacked high, and all I could think is, oh, this sounds amazing. Yeah, you see where my mind's going.
As for the weapons then, it still just had one single gun. And now it was a conventional machine gun rather than a beam rifle.
Is it directly attached to the hand? No, it looks like there's still a bit of a finger down there holding it. Okay. And engineer main, I'm just going to pull this up so everyone else can see the utter disrespect to my chat. Oh, that looks good. And it's a Frankensuit for a reason. Pirates don't use fresh parts, you know? Yeah, but so did no one else ever. They just use what they had for most of the time. One, Ninjas, thank you very much too. Gundam, nice. P.S. It seems HFY video has some problems with cut videos and duplicated ones, so I posted a comment with the playlist last stream. Oh, neat. I'll have to check it out in Discord, but that would be interesting. Also, Bill, 1,000 pancakes. That would be one hell of a week. 2 weeks,
because
maybe.
At this time, technology had begun to regress and people were beginning to lose the know-how of beam weaponry. This new machine was dubbed the Ashimak and was mass-produced by Cyclops. And there is one more unit that needs to be mentioned in this video, the Musica. Rather than being a development of the Ashimar though, this was a development of the...
Yeah. How does this tie into the Ashimar?
Barzam that attempted to replicate the Ashimar. The idea being that even though it wasn't as expensive as some of the prototype machines, it was still relatively expensive compared to other mass production machines.
Oh wait, this was meant to be mass production. Oh. Also, Tamaru mentioned, just gotta keep this clear. In Crossbone Gundam, almost every... Wait, almost. Who didn't? Forgot how to do beam weapons. They started going back to kinetic weapons. Huh. I wonder if that led into... Wait, is Iron Blood and Orphans basically the redo of Crossbone in the same way that Seed is the redo of Seed? Seed is the redo of the first UC, and 00 is kind of a retry at Wing. Maybe it is, actually. Huh.
So they wanted to try and replicate the Oshimar's drum frame with a movable frame, such as the one used by the Barzam.
Oh?
How successful it was isn't known because
Never
for
made 'em?
now, this unit has only appeared in the UC Engage mobile game, so we don't know if this mobile suit was ever made, let alone if it ever saw combat. And finally then, I want to end on a fun fact. Because of the distinct flying saucer-esque appearance of the Oshimar, it's said that the Earth Federation received an increased amount of flying saucer.
Wait, did they do new animations of it? Oh. Also, I'm being told the idea that Iron Blood Orphans is a redo or a spiritual successor to Crossbone. Yeah, it's not the case? Absolutely not. Here's the thing. I've never seen anything Crossbone related. I have no idea what the plot line was. I just know it involved people with kinetic weapons in space after a bunch of bullshit happened. I got no idea about what happens other than that. It's one of the things I really need to get around.
Reports
Or just
around
learn
the
about
areas
Victory in
where the
general.
Oshimar was being tested. And that has been all for the development history of the Oshimar. So let me know down below which one is your favorite version of the Oshimar and why is the Kakarot2. And while you're down there, don't forget to hit the like and subscribe button for more similar content like this in the future. A big thanks to Bai for sponsoring this video.
Before we move on, though, I am going to pull up the specific... here we go. Let this camera cool down. And Doug posted some images of his Gundam, so I'm going to pull this up. Ooh, before that, though, I want to see this. And Iron-Blooded Orphans are a retry of the post-Victory Gundam, aka the movie that I don't remember the name of, according to Yokai. Ah. And Rangers, if you want to change up the specific one, we'll see what happens. Did I put it on the list or did I put it into the guaranteed? I don't remember what I did. No, I've added it into here. So if we choose this one in the next guaranteed video tomorrow, we'll see what happens. But we'll have to get a correction then, unless you can post it. Crossbone follows F91. Oh, dude. When we get to the F91, it goes directly into Crossbone in a sense. Oh. And the drum frame is from Cattle, a mobile worker from the very early years in the Universal Century. Oh. Wait. And Crossbone is a sequel to 91. Oh, okay. Victory Gundam is before the second part of Crossbone. I have no idea how connected they normally are, so that's kind of me not just knowing in general. Because again, while I might know a good bit about the early UC, where most of the Amuro Char debate happens, not really sure why I call it a debate, that I kind of know generally about for the parts I've seen and the parts that just never came up. Everything after that, Crossbones, Victory, F91, you've seen me learning about it in real time because I got nothing. Also, we got a bunch more model kits that came up. I really like Pies has been making his own variation of Gundams. Yeah, or I guess that's more of a Zaku, but themed closer to 40K. And here's the Ashmar and the other variations from Duck. Seen side by side with the Gundams, and it must be an older kit. I don't know why it doesn't seem to hold up as well. This one, though, does seem to hold up as well. Huh. That's just cool. Like, unironically, it's a very big flight stand. Oh, damn. That's some really cool things in. Oh, dude. And here's the TR6 with the variations here. It's surprisingly detailed. Very small, though, for what looks more like a mobile armor more than anything else. Huh. Also, one character from ZZ is still alive in Victory Gundam. And the section of Crossbone Vanguard. Oh, okay. Huh. There's actually two Crossbone timelines. One after F91 and after Victory. After Victory 1 is where everyone went back to kinetic weapons. And late UC is obscure because it's where Gaia Gear and Gundam split. Oh. Crossbone is a long series. Its events reach into the events of Victory Gundam and a bit after Victory. It's more advanced of Zeta stuff with GM sequel. And Rangers, I cut down the link, so I posted a block. You just post it in Discord. It'll be a lot easier to find it. Mostly because I will lose that after the stream ends. I just think this looks really cool, though. I want to see what it's attached to, though. That does look really cool, though. And Doug, that's why you like one post? I only liked one post? Oh, that's embarrassing. Oh, this was someone else you're responding to. I don't know nearly enough about AOZ, because I think people mentioned before, but I didn't realize it was a separate thing altogether. And people are giving conflicting information, Wyvern? Yeah. Oh, and Rangers, you don't remember the login on Discord? That happens. I think I could find what you're talking about if there's a main playlist or if someone else can post it, but we'll find out what happens. It's really not going to matter until tomorrow, though, because that's when we'll pull up the videos that are guaranteed. Seriously, there's so many cool things. But that aside, we should probably get back to the main one. Actually, before that, I'm going to take a quick break and get some coffee. So in the meantime, I'll just be right back. That's some quality soup. Air soup, even. I don't know why I know that meme. BRB. All right, we're back. All right, sorry about the wait. Everyone had to just grab some coffee and then sweep up the spilled grounds when I took them out. And yeah, that was fun. On the other hand, got coffee. All right. And all right, have I done the basic GMs yet? I've done some of them, but I think there's quite a few videos that involve them, so probably not all of them. All right. What's up next? That'll be the GM Quell early type is now canon. I don't know what the GM Quell is, but I might have seen bits of it, so let's check this out. Oh, camera's still off. We should adjust that. Looks good. It is off-center, though. All right, that's fixed. Let's drop back in, then. So next up, we got the GM Quell early type is now canon. I wonder if this is a joke about just giving it a canon instead of making it more canonical. That'd be kind of funny, actually. Yeah.
A while back, I made a video on how the Gym Quells we see at the end of Gundam 0083 have some very distinct differences from the Gym Quells that we're all familiar with.
How so?
So, in that video, I came up with two possibilities. Either there was an animation mistake, or...
I mean, why not both?
Or the Gym Quells that we saw on screen were meant as an early production version of the Gym Quell that we all know and love. And whether it was an animation mistake or not, Advance of Zeta...
I have no idea what manga that's from, but I have heard stories about the production and how almost all of them are essentially black companies that involve all the threats to all your personal sanity. Oh, God.
Zeta has now officially adopted the design.
Also, according to Tomaru, get ready for 0083 spoilers. Yeah. I mean, there's probably a lot of spoilers for a lot of things here.
In their latest update, along with some other cool tidbits that we'll go over in this video. The Gym Quell first came to be as a development of the Gym Custom, the strongest gym of its time. But a unit that was unfortunately not widely adopted because it didn't have any particular selling point. You know, other than the fact that it was the perfect ace pilot machine. Something that the forming members of the Titans fortunately did pick up on and chose this machine as a base for their main unit. Something that first resulted in the Gym Quell early production version.
Why does it have to be the Titans who have the smart ideas? They're literally just the equivalent of saying, hey, what if we could try and out-evil Zeon and then they don't technically succeed, but only on the technicality? But it feels a lot more personal with them.
Or the Gym Quell early type, as I'll be calling it. We can already see some of the defining features of the Gym Quell in this machine, like the new shoulders, the extra sensor on the chest, a differently shaped cockpit.
Wait. Oh, that's the... Oh, I was wondering what they were talking about. I didn't realize... Oh, yeah, you can actually see it right there. There's one in the head, one in the chest. Does that make there... Is a codpiece sensor as well? I'm not going to think about this too hard.
Patch and the new forehead. But in other areas, it was still closer to the Gym Custom than the finalized Gym Quell. The legs remained unchanged, ironically giving it a better thruster placement, and it lacked one of the defining features that the Gym Quell was named after. It didn't yet have the sensor on the bottom of the legs to better quell uprisings. On the face then, we get an...
It's called the Gym Quell because it's quelling uprisings. Got it. It's the war crime mobile suit. Of course it is.
Interesting mix between the side vents of the custom, the new Gym Quell's forehead, and a very standard Gym-esque faceplate.
Oh.
The one thing that would later revert back to the Gym Custom spec. The final big difference then is the arms. According to the description, they're identical to those of the Gym Custom. But if you look closely, both in the new Advance of Zeta art and in the 0083 screenshot, they actually appear to be closer to those of the Gym Kai.
Huh, because they don't have the looks like a rotating screw inside of them. Okay.
But whether you go with the visuals or the description...
Also, people are just going the Spartan 2 program type. Yeah.
The important thing remains the same. This early version did not yet have the prototype movable frame.
Oh yeah, they did that. I kind of forgot about that aspect. Ooh, also, Narinjas, one. Thank you very much for the gifted member. That's awesome. Also, A, or An. By the way, how do you think it would affect the 1 year war if Turn A Gundam somehow replayed RX-78? I don't know almost anything about Turn A other than the Moonlight Butterfly says, fuck you to everyone else with technology. So, it would be a very different thing depending on if that happened in orbit or not. Saying fuck you to all technology when you're on a colony, probably not good for long-term survivability.
As soon as Operation Stardust came to a close then, the Titans were founded, and these early types were distributed to their first operational squadrons. Amongst them, the Al Giza, who was crewed mostly by ex-Albion members. It is also highly likely that not a lot of these machines were pushed into service, and that those who did would soon be upgraded to regular Jim Quells. And talking about upgrades, there would still be one.
I just realized they all have their nails painted. I know it's not actually what they do, but that's what I'm going to think about the entire time now. I can't unsee it.
More round of upgrades for the standard Jim Quell. Its cockpit would be replaced with a panoramic monitor and a linear seat, and its reactor was upgraded.
Ooh.
One rarely seen add-on then was the Chobham armor. That is commonly associated with the Alex or the Hazel series.
Yep.
The one big issue.
It's not a lot of armor either. Like, some of them it looks a lot bulkier on. This one, maybe it's just me, but it doesn't look that armor compatible by comparison to everything else. Maybe that's just me, though. I could also just be very wrong.
Issue that came up during the testing of this armor with the Alex was the added weight, and as a consequence, the lowered mobility because of it. However,
even with so much less armor?
This armor would then be dusted off by the
Okay, that does look a little cooler when you're armoring the thrusters, though.
Titans test team, and they would do two things to mitigate the loss of mobility.
Paint it gold so it's a little closer to red and go a little faster? Understandable.
First of all, they would typically only equip it to their units with enough thrust, like the Hazel 2 with the tri-booster unit or the double booster unit.
Yeah.
And secondly, they would only equip the torso and skirt armor to lower the extra weight as much as possible. And while the Jim Quell would just have its normal backpack, the weight of the torso and skirt was deemed acceptable in certain circumstances.
I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense. That's survivability for the pilot at that point, and, you know, any data you get from doing any said mission. I guess it kind of makes sense.
Even though it offered little extra protection against beam weaponry, another one of the Jim Quell's main goals was hunting down Xeon remnants. And while they
worthwhile goal,
could
if they
have
hadn't gone too far.
beam-equipped Gelgoogs, they would mostly be using units with solid rounds like Zaku's and Doms. Exactly the kinds of enemies that Chobham armor was made for. And for our next machine, we have to go back to when the Titans were formed. Even though they had some squadrons ready to go with the Jim Quell early type, they didn't have enough to give them out to all of their forces.
Also, I'm being told right now, according to Vervium, here's the thing about the Hazel and the Quell. They are hand in hand. Makes sense, because wasn't the Hazel the testbed that became the Gundam out of sheer, there's so many Gundam parts at this point, it might as well just be one? We already saw the video for that in a previous recording session, so yeah, sure, why not? Also, it looks really damn cool in some of the variations.
So, to get around this, some Jim Customs were painted in the signature Titans color scheme and pushed into service by them. This would only be a temporary solution.
Corporate needs you to find the difference between these pictures. They're the same picture. Yeah. I've seen this meme used so many times, and every time it's turning out to be more and more accurate, I get a little more and more depressed that it's not actually funny, and more just like, yeah, this is just how it is. Depression memes, my favorite.
Though, because after 2 months, the Titans had already been able to produce enough Jim Quells for all of their troops, and the Jim Customs were probably replaced as soon as Jim Quells arrived. As a result, only a limited amount of these Jim Customs ever saw action. However, if École du Ciel is anything to go by, it seems that some squadrons opted to keep their Jim Customs as long as possible.
I don't think I've ever seen this manga. Or, no, maybe it's a book cover. No, there's 7, so it's probably either a long-running book series or a light novel series, or it's completely just a manga, and I have never seen this, or the adaptation art's so different. Could be both, because I don't recognize any of the characters, unless that's supposed to be the definitely not Char. Nah, probably not. He's not hiding his face in any way.
Either because they were used to them, or because they felt that
This encounter takes place well after the theft of the Gundam Mark IIs. Oh.
due to some of the changes, the Gym Custom had an edge over the Quell in areas that they found important. Or the author thought that the Gym Custom looked better than the Gym Quell, and therefore used the Gym Custom's design for.
I mean, rule of cool is kind of how these things work out, so yeah. Also, it's a Tomino manga. Oh. Yeah, that would do it.
The Gym Quell. Finally then, let's have a look at the fate of some of the Gym Quells, because those machines
Some of them?
were the main poster boys for this influx of Gym Quell information.
Oh.
The Gym Quell Re-Zeon version.
I don't know anything about Rezion, and I can't tell if it's because I just haven't got to there in the universal timeline, or I've seen it and I just completely whiffed on remembering them. Because I just heard Zeon, it's like, it's all the same either way. Which, admittedly, you've seen one flavor of Zeon, you kind of see them all. There's a lot of differences and some interesting characters, but it always feels like it's just Zeon with a different name and new characters, but it's always kind of exactly what you think.
That sometimes goes by its
Post-Grips
normal
War?
model
Let
number,
me up
like here, or
head out and Rangers? Alright, thanks for dropping in then, man.
ARZ-79GQ. Basically, after the Grips War, a certain faction of the Titans, called the Tristan faction.
Also, I'm being told Rezion is a Mars faction. You know, people have mentioned Mars Zeon. Apparently, Rezion is a thing, and I know nothing about them. I don't think I've ever seen anything so far in the timeline to know what's going on outside of the general Earth orbit. I know it came up later. I just never got that far, so it's all new to me.
Decided to desert to Mars and join Re-Zeon rather than surrender to the Federation. And amongst their ranks were still some Gym Quells that were then repainted, restickered, and pushed into service.
You gotta admit, brave on them for trying to re-stick or something, because the regular ones, IRL sticking, those things are a bitch. Having to take them off and put on new ones at a giant scale, oof. It's good to know that it's all stickers all the way down, even in canon. Am I overreading into this line because I think it's funny? No.
Quite the ironic end for a mobile suit that is literally all about Earth supremacy. It was a refined version.
I mean, could you randomly say hypocrisy in a Gundam series without absolutely being a joke? Yeah. Also, I'm being told this is before Zeon. Sorry, before Unicorn. Oh. All the Advance of Zeta stuff gets wild. I mean, everything after Zeta seems wild. Granted, Unicorn's in there, and that's one of those, how powerful is this thing? Oh, yeah, it's that level.
Of the best gym of the time, it was used by the Titans, and it was literally named Quell to quell rebellions and Zeon remnants.
Yeah.
And then one really last thing, because I don't think I'll ever get an opportunity again to talk about it otherwise, the long rifle. I think this weapon was made specifically for the Master Grade Gym Type C space type.
Huh. Ooh, also, according to... Actually, chat's been moving pretty fast. Let's pull it up to give you an idea what I'm looking at. According to Anne, if Gundam 00 replaced the RX-78, how would things go in Char's counterattack? It depends on if it got activated or not. To be fair, Unicorn is contrary to everything. I always got the feeling that it basically is like, okay, how do we need to split the timeline? Unicorn makes time bullshit. Yeah, that's my take. I'm going to go with it. I just say G-Quux is a result of Unicorn and leave it at that one. Because sure, why not? Mars was a mess of remnants fighting between each other. Zeon, Neon, Zeon, and Titan remnants. Why did the Titan remnants make it to Mars? Probably because they're hunting Zeon. That makes sense. Yeah, you either believe Unicorn or you ignore it. To be fair, one of the timelines could be just writing itself out. Because if you want to go multi-timeline, sure, why not?
And it almost never makes an appearance anywhere. And yet, it is such a cool design. It's been one of my favorite Federation weapons ever since I got the Master Grade, so I was
How does it look in
so
the actual
happy
bottle,
to see the Jim
bottle,
Quell
box art?
early type using it. This weapon desperately needs some more recognition, and I would kill to have a high grade version of it. But that has been all for this somewhat development history of the Jim Quell early type, a machine that I'm very happy has now become part of the official canon, and also a machine that I'm very happy to now have a better look at. Because in 0083, you don't really get a good look at the face, which you definitely do in this image. And it looks amazing with
I'm assuming he's pulling up the images from either production material or some kind of extra material, but he's been using consistent art styles. So is he getting these from a publicly released art book that I just don't know about? In which case, how do I not know about these? And two, where do I find them? Actually, no, never mind. Don't answer those questions. It'd be far too tempting if you do. Don't do that.
that new faceplate. Now the question just remains, will this thing ever be made into a P Bandai model kit?
Eventually, probably
But
because money.
anyways, a big thank you to the
And next up, oh, the Hazel. Have we seen this one? The Hazel kit. I don't think I've seen this version of the Hazel. I've seen some other Hazels, but I don't think I saw this one specifically. So we're probably pretty good to check it out. Unless I'm wrong, in which case, that checks. We'll ignore it. Actually, let me double check because I think I might have actually seen this one already. Oh, they're from the New Type magazine and the user kit manuals. That would do it. One sec, though. I'm just going to be double checking some things. Go to the playlists. Go for Kakarot's playlist. The videos. Hey, it shows I'm live. Neat. Can't believe it's not Gundam. This would probably be one of the first ones I did. What was in it? So next up, we're going to be checking out Kakarot. Oh, God, that's my voice. Oh, that's horrible. And what we saw was the Hazel 2 development history. This is not it. We're good. We're in the clear. Neat. More Hazel I can check out. Always fun. And you okay? You've seen the Hazel development history, not this one? Yeah. This is the older version I've seen. Okay, so this is new. Ooh. Sounds good to me. Let's check it out then. More info. Plus, the Hazel just looked really cool. So anything new about it? Oh, hell yeah. Be still my admittedly, utterly uncompromising love for giant mechs.
Another day, another batch of Advance of Zeta machines. And this time, they decided to focus on the Hazel early type.
What series was Advance of Zeta in, anyways? Or was it actually called... No, people mentioned it was a book or a novelization that called Advance of Zeta. Or involved it. Yeah. Streamception. The fun Hazel buddy? Yeah, so many Hazels.
Or as they so eloquently put it, the Airier type.
That's a phrase.
At the start of its life, the early type was nothing more than a Jim Quell
That was a misspelling of the word early, wasn't it?
with a Gundam-styled head. But even though it didn't
It just kept getting better.
Performance, it did have an important impact on morale. For the Xeon,
It started the trend of painting everyone's fingernails. I'm not the only one seeing that, right? I mentioned it before. I'm going to say it again. I'm just going to blame the Hazel, even though I don't think it's actually their fault. Also, all of Stardust after ZZ? Yeah.
the performance, it did have an important impact on morale. For the Xeon
Morale?
remnants that the
Really?
Titans test team would be facing off against, it would strike fear in their hearts as it brought back the memory of the famous Gundam from the
Yeah.
1-year war. And at the same
And you can't knock it because psychological warfare is warfare and it's very effective.
time, it would
Also, according to Duck, it's before Zeta, during Zeta, and after Zeta. But before ZZ. Oh. Also, the nail things are legitimate. I have no idea the reason. I'm sure there's actually probably a good one, like maybe interaction point, but I don't know the details.
bolster morale of allies, because they would now be fighting alongside this fearsome Gundam. Many years later then, when some stragglers of the Titans decided to flee to Mars instead of...
They went all out on not making that just the radar, but an actual masthead. Sure, why not? Admittedly, that actually looks pretty cool. Also, Duck, when is he covering the S Gundam? My girl needs the spotlight. What's the S Gundam? I have no idea where it is in the list, by the way.
Surrender to the Federation, they would replicate this modification with whatever parts they still had on hand, and designated the Hazel Early type as a commander unit.
Oh.
A role well suited for a Gundam type. Although
Better
it
sensors.
is of course debatable if it was truly a Gundam. Something that even some Titans wondered about back in the day. But the most important thing is that its original
Also, I'm being told the one I was geeking out on is the Saikamu unit version. Oh.
pilot, Airier Hunter, fully believed the machine to be a Gundam, and also used it as such. Even though this machine was originally only intended for spare parts for the original Hazel, a shortage of units would see this machine pushed.
So this wasn't even the original Hazel, it was the spare parts for the Hazel. You know what, a machine being made for a Hazel that's made of spare parts that becomes a thing is the most Hazel thing I can imagine. Considering the more you learn about the Hazel, the more it's like, this is the spare part Gundam that becomes a test bed Gundam that becomes the Gundam that somehow is actually a Gundam. That just kind of works, and we're just not going to look at, this is not the ship of Thesis. This is building a ship and naming it Thesis and not understanding the irony of this. But it's not even made from other ships. It's the spare parts for other ships put together. There was never an initial ship called Thesis. It was a ship built from spare parts that were just being held in the same place. They all happened to fall together. And then it got the name, in that order.
Into service, and modified to test out various
And like I said, it works. The Hazel does look really cool.
pieces of equipment. So by the end of its lifetime, it had become more Gundam than Jim, and it was also influential in the design of the Gundam.
Although, considering the Jim is made from the Gundam, which led to developments of further Gundams, are Jims just bad Gundams all the way around? They just got the red shirt treatment? I can't say it's wrong.
Mark II and the later refined Barzam. A new illustration we see popping up here then is the Hazel Reserve unit with the Chobham armor. As discussed in the Jim Quells video, the armor here was almost the same as that of the Alex, but only applied to the body and the skirt armor in order to minimize the weight and therefore the effect it had on the mobile suit's mobility. On the modern beam-equipped battlefield, this armor should have been mostly obsolete, but because the main role of the Titans was hunting down Zeon remnants, who still mostly used physical weaponry.
I just realized why there's different colorations here. I thought that was just an issue with the coloration they chose, but it's like, no, they're probably just using mismatched parts, showing that it's a remnant, not the full-on units, yeah.
This armor did prove useful for the Augusta-based Jims, like the Jim Quell, and possibly even the Jim Custom. Still,
Sergeant Mango heading out? Alright, thanks for dropping in, man.
for the Titans test team, it would typically only be outfitted to units with higher thrust capabilities to completely overcome the negative effects on the machine's agility. For example, the Hazel Reserve unit equipped with the experimental Tri-Booster unit, a unit that was based on the backpack of the regular Hazel and was originally also intended to be tested out on it.
It's the test unit of the test unit with test unit parts. I'm okay with this.
But it was instead used by the reserve unit, and because of this, the unit would be officially pushed into service and was redesignated as the RX-121-2 Hazel Unit 2. The unit had now officially...
I just realized that technically the Gundams themselves were a test unit. So it's not even the test unit of the test unit, it's the test unit from the test unit of the test unit. Built on the mass production designed from the test unit. This is literally 4 steps of tests. Oh my god, the more you think about it, the more self-referential this unit gets. I love it.
become a Gundam and was assigned to Airier Hunter, who now not only had the honor of piloting a Gundam.
I'm just going to pull this up right here because I think Anne has nailed it. To be fair, the Hazel is the most army shit I've seen in Gundam. And I understand that reference, mostly because watching some of the videos from Zach and Mike, where it's like, okay, we got all this shit. It works. Fuck it. It puts it together. Let's make it do a thing. And don't ask questions where we got it. It kind of works. 4D testing indeed.
But also the pressure of piloting a Gundam. After all, the legendary Gundam wasn't a mobile suit that could or should be downed easily. But back to the Tri-Booster unit.
Yeah.
It consisted of 2 booster pods and a Sturm booster that also contained propellant, and in addition to providing extra thrust, all 3 of these appendages could also be used for arm-back maneuvering through an early version of the movable frame. As a result, the Hazel II was a highly mobile machine that booked great results during both mock and real combat. However, these results were not to be underestimated, because the Tri-Booster unit was originally meant...
Oh, that looks very different on this one. Like, it almost looks like the guy has a neck pillow on the back from the backside view. Very unique.
For the heavier, regular Hazel, its center of gravity wasn't optimal for the Hazel II, resulting in an unstable and twitchy machine. But thanks to Elliot Hunter's excellent piloting skills, data was successfully gathered and used to finalize the movable frame technology. Also, comparisons between the Tri-Booster unit and the booster units of the Gundam development project were drawn, suggesting that the Titans might have used some pressure to get Anaheim to hand over the data.
Considering what we know of Anaheim, I'm sure the pressure involved a amount of money is what I normally would say, except the Titans were very much the murder is our solution for everything, even if they could literally just pay people to do it. But let's ignore that part.
Of the Gundams that no longer officially existed. And if you want to see how the Hazel Unit 2 eventually ended up, you can watch my development history on the unit, which is currently...
Also, Vivarium mentioned not a new type, by the way, an old type. So the pilot was just that good. Damn.
On screen, and also down below in the description and the top comment. As for the rest of this video, we'll be having a look at a different evolutionary branch of the Hazel early type, the Hazel Kelderic, named after the hunter from Shardik, another novel written by the author of Watership Down.
I'm sorry. They did what? Out of all the things to confirm are canon within the UC timeline, Watership Down's other novelization from the same guy, not even novelization, like, this was a novel, just, okay, Watership Down canonically exists within the UC. Because they're explicitly drawing the name from one of the other works by the same guy who did it. You know, there's a lot of crossovers and referential media. It's like, oh, that's pretty cool, Shadow. This is literally just right there. And according to Vivarium, all of these Titans test team things are from Watership Down. All of them. I was unaware of that, mostly because I have avoided Watership Down, because I have seen it, and I made a point to forget all of it. Good to know that this is the Watership Down team. It's the Fweaky Wabbit. Every single one of them. Oh, dear God. Yeah, I see there might be a pattern forming. But I'm going to make an executive decision and not recognize it.
Richard Adams. And the reason for this is meant to be symbolic.
Also, I'm being told by Nightman Cross, the captain of the test unit liked rabbits. Then why the hell did he name them after Watership Down? That's like saying, I love dogs, while working at a dog food factory where they're not made of horses and just decide to make it more literal.
It shows that the machine is still part of the same series, but that it follows a different plan compared to the other TR units. Although, I personally think that they just came up with this reason because they thought it was a really cool sounding name for the machine. So, after the completion of the Gundam Mark II, engineers at Pohnpei Island tried to find ways to mass produce it, and one of these ways was by taking the Hazel early type as a base, and testing out various parts of the Mark II to see how viable they were for mass production. The weapons and backpack were taken directly from the Mark II, whereas the legs were outfitted with a variety of different thruster modules. The main goal of these was to increase the mobility of the machine, and inspiration was taken from units of the G4 plan, being the Alex and the Mudrog, and their...
I don't think I know this Gundam. The Alex, even though I apparently haven't seen the show it's from, I know of it. I don't know this one. This one I'm completely pulling a blank on. Maybe I heard about it, but I don't know it very well.
Subsequent developments, the Pale Rider line, and the G-line units.
All right. Oh.
And ironically enough,
I think we did get a bit of this one.
Even though it was the Titans testing out this unit, they would only see minimal results from it in the form of the refined Barzam. Instead, it would be the Federation who benefited the most from it, with the Gym 3 being heavily influenced by the Kelderek's data, and even the Jagan benefiting from it. And as with every Gundam, a full armor version also existed, which not only has superior defensive capabilities, but also superior offensive capabilities.
But I'm assuming the trade-off was either they overgun the engine or it's very slow. Yeah. I'll score in a duck. Mudrock, that a dork who just kept failing. Oh, God.
For armor, it now has the...
When they tried to turn a Gundam into a gun cannon.
Problem armor, extra armor on the ankle armor, and what I think is reactive armor on the...
I just realized what always looked odd to me about the Alex. It feels like there should have been head armor as well, and they just didn't add it in. I know that's weird, but it just seems like there should have been some there.
Shield. It's not specific.
I mean, also some way to add extra armor around this, but functionally almost impossible to make a toy at the time with that.
Mentioned what it is,
maybe not impossible,
so
but...
your guess is as good as mine. In terms of weapons then, it used the Mark II's beam rifle with integrated grenade launcher, later adopted by the refined Barzam, hip-mounted large missile launchers, later adapted by the Gym 3, 2 beam sabers, and more missiles attached to the backpack. And of course, it wouldn't be an advance of Zeta machine without an even crazier variant. Introducing the Furudu Hoist, or Holst, depending on what you want to go with. They write it as Hoist, but it's named after the medieval composer Gustav Holst.
Wait, a composer, really? The Black Hearts. Or the Black Hairs. Also, black hairs instead of black hairs. I'm not trusting any of the spelling anymore. So it's the Black Hears, but meant to be hairs. Because it's a rabbit pun that they didn't do correct.
Remember, the 20th century belongs to the Middle Ages, according to the people from the Universal Century. And it's also stated that hoist could refer to the operational use of this system. It was a high mobility unit for use on high gravity locations like Jupiter, so in a sense...
Oh, so the Hazel went for a long time when they even got to Jupiter. Okay, shit, I didn't realize it went that long. Mostly because I don't know the UC Century, so when it goes beyond the timelines I'm aware of, it kind of all just blends together to me. Looks cool still.
It would hoist the mobile suit up, and in order to achieve this, it uses the Masala's massive booster pods. And another thing that it borrows from the Masala are the claw pods. And one of the machines that this thing was tested out on was the Hazel Kelderek, now redesignated as the Hazel Kelderek Hoist. And that is unfortunately everything that we know about this machine so far.
Also, I'm being told the Jupiter fleet is something else. Oh. I don't know anything about it at all then. Huh. I assumed it was just later in the timeline to the point where it just happened, but no, apparently not.
One final thing then on the standard Kelderek that I want to tackle is that it bears a striking resemblance to 2 other machines that we've seen in the past.
Every Gundam. It has a striking resemblance to every Gundam because obvious reasons.
The first one is the next generation mass production prototype machine that we've seen in the manual of the high-grade Jim Quell. The only 2 differences are the color scheme and the boosters for the legs. And even the name suggests that this was the same machine.
Also, I'm being told the Jupiter-related things existed before the 1-year war. The UC... Okay, according to Anne, the fleet was like UC-87. So very early on. Oh, I have no idea what happened in Jupiter then, even during the main timeline. Oh, shit.
After all, the Kelderek...
Although I do know that one of the people with Char did say he came back from Jupiter. I only know that because of G-Quux. Huh. Just don't know nearly enough about it.
...was a trial machine for next-generation mass production units. So it does stand to reason that the Kelderek was first made as the next generation mass production prototype machine, and then that once it was decided to also use it as a testbed for the leg thrusters, that it was redesignated as the Hazel Kelderek.
Also, I'm being told Jupiter is where they get the fusion reactor fuel. Oh, okay. Kind of surprised the one-year war didn't involve people being sent to Jupiter just to destroy everyone there. And that was in UC-10, Jupiter Development Enterprise Group started. So the GDEG, the Jupiter Development Enterprise Group. Huh. And Yokai mentioned, it's even more sad how the Jupiter fleet turned into the most evil empire in Gundam. Huh. Helium-3, real element. And Duck posted the Hazel, ooh, nice, and the TR-6s, S and EXS Gundam. Ah.
The second machine then, ironically enough, might look closer to the Kelderek, and could even be considered as simply the Kelderek, but with a different experimental leg thruster. But its role,
I mean, the most Hazel thing I can imagine is putting all the random bullshit on it, so sure, why not?
Is completely the opposite. Whereas the Kelderek was meant to try out equipment for mass production units, this machine was meant to serve as a next generation prototype mobile suit. Now, you could interpret this as also being a next generation mass production machine, but since a variant of the Hazel Ozla is specifically named the next generation mass production prototype machine,
So it was a machine that was meant to be something then replaced by its own, well, I guess, production line mate? Maybe.
it feels
Also, according to Strikewiper, I'm going to pull up his comment here. The Jupiter energy fleets were one of the things that was agreed on by both Federation and Xeon to not attack during the one-year war. Both sides needed the fuel. Makes sense, which is more surprising that they didn't attack them anyways, because if you stockpile, the other side doesn't, then you stop all the production, you have a distinct advantage. As long as you win.
to me like they're specifically talking about the next generation Gundam, or otherwise high-performance Ace mobile suit. So it seems like we have some retconning going on, or two machines with a different purpose from
Or more likely, whoever wrote one wasn't aware of the other, and it's not intentionally a retcon, it's more just the, oh shit, we didn't realize we contradicted canon because we didn't know that part about canon. Which does happen a lot in almost any long-running franchise.
a different time. But that has been all for this video on the Hazel Early type and the Kelderek. If you enjoyed it, be sure to like and subscribe for more similar content in the future. As always, a big thank you to the Patreon supporters. I hope everyone watching has a great day, and I'll see you all next time.
What is this, anyways? Oh, and now we got the James gun and the javelin. But before that, I am going to go and double check some of the extra bits that were put into Discord, because there's going to be some really cool Gundam pictures. And yes, I am very much just abusing the fact that we can pull up all these images, because there's some really cool things Gundam has made, and I am torturing myself finding out about them. Like, unironically, oh. Yeah, we got so many cool things. We saw these, and now we got Duck doing the RGMG Quell Gundam, the Hazel Custom, and the Hazel 2. Look at this, man. Like the freak. G-Quell. Okay, the Hazel looks really good. The model for that is actually quite nice. I don't like the gun, though. The shield really is pretty. And they have all of them together, and oh. Gun, very simple. The beam saber's fine. Shield, love it. This just looks awesome, regardless. Yeah. Oh, and now we have Kaiman doing all the Gundam. Hey, I see Epion. Hell yeah. There's the Hazel over there. Probably the Mars version, it looks like. Oh, wow. I didn't even know this had a kit. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the G-Quux with the shroud on top of it. Didn't know the shroud was even an option. I don't know which Gundam that is, but it could also just be a generic one, or one of the other options that doesn't actually have an anime behind it. And okay, having that's just cool, and you see the scale of a pilot in it. See, this is why it's just really cool, all the stuff that can go on, man. There's so many cool things in Gundam. Ooh, and Duck also posted some random suits. Dude. You can tell some of them are a little older, but some of them hold up really well. I think the variation here is just on the weapons and the stickers applied. Yeah, that's cool. And then some of the other suits, I'm being told that's the femboy units, where they had an entire line of them. I was told they docked on a bigger mobile suit, but I don't know what they actually docked on, so that's just me not knowing then. Yeah. Oh, and they put this one with the same masthead. Would that be what it's called on a ship? I actually don't know, because I don't do much anything with ships. Hard to believe this came about from the donut creations. Yeah. There's some really cool things here. Also, Duck would post all of his kits, but there's 250, more than 250. And he has clarified in a previous video, he's a small Gundam collector because he knows people with thousands. Plural. Yeah. The bunny. Sorry. To quote Wave in the chat, it's not the bunny. It's the Benoy. Benui. Also, Golden. That's the Hazel 2 in the background. They all turn into donuts. The donut Gundams. Yeah, seriously, though. There's some crazy models out there. And the more I look at them, the more I'm like, oh, God, I want that. It's so cool. Even the donut Gundams ended up being neat. Ah. Moving on. Let's check out what happens next. Just going to grab the camera. Hopefully cool down just a little bit. All right, we're good to go. So next up, yep, the James gun and the Javelin. Let's jump into it.
After the Federation decided that the heavy gun was
This is F91 timeline, right?
insufficient as their main mobile suit,
Could be wrong.
both Anaheim Electronics and Sinri would begin an arms race to create its successor. And despite Sinri generally being ahead of Anaheim in just about every aspect, the Lunarians would eventually win with their pocket-sized James gun. Initially pitched as the spiritual successor to the Jim series, Anaheim would use the same tactics as with the J-gun to position their James gun as the next generation mass production unit.
Also, I'm being told this is explicitly F91. Nice. Also, according to Duck, some of it is actually from AliExpress. So
Federation. Without compromising on its performance, the James gun was easy to produce and easy to maintain, making it a popular unit for both mechanics and pilots. And you know what's also popular and easy to use?
The skip button. But hey, good on him for getting the ads.
So good luck hunting those deals, and now let's look at the deal the Federation got with those James guns. Because so far,
is that a
so
shield?
good.
Oh.
However, it would take a while before the James guns could completely replace the aging heavy guns, even though the first units were rolled out in the early UC1.
I think the last time I saw these, I commented it looked like Patbor. I want to say Paltabor, but at the entire time, that's completely unrelated, not the same. But the design looks very similar. I think people mentioned it was similar art at the moment, but I could be mistaken as well. What I'm basically saying is it looks similar, but I make mistakes when I think is similar.
20s, severe production delays caused only 7 of the pre-production units to be up and running by the time of the Crossbone Vanguard's attack. And at that
Tell me you're inspired by a World War I and II participant without telling me. Because, yeah. Also, Bavaria mentioned all F91 units are ungodly small. Also, Cyber Dragoon mentioned it's Pat Labor. Yeah, maybe that's just me, but it looks very similar to me. And then this looks like a guy in a suit. Like, unironically, if someone told me this, if it wasn't for the arm joints right here, and they said, oh yeah, that's a guy in a suit, I'd believe it.
Time, it was estimated that these James guns were roughly equal to a Crossbone Vanguard Denon-Zon. Beginning UC 125 then, the design of the James gun would be finalized and mass
And they took off all the stickers, those monsters.
production also began in earnest. Other than a slightly different color scheme, the biggest difference between the final production type and the pre-production type was the addition of
Also, I'm just going to pull up this comment because it does kind of answer exactly what I was saying. And Corey Vivarium. Welcome to F91, the Regal, not German, Crossbone Vanguard. Post F91. MSs were about half the size of one-year war mobile suits. Tiny, but powerful. I still wish I messed with Re 100 because those look so good. I think the Re was mentioned already, but I don't know anything about it, Duck. Oh, heading out? All right, thanks for dropping in then, man. It's 1 a.m. Dude, go to bed. The video will stay live. You can check it out when you're done. But please sleep. Something I recommend most people do. I should take that advice myself sometimes. That would probably be a good idea. I don't do good ideas. The first units of the Crossbone Vanguard had the Shot Lancer, weapon meant to be used in colonies. Why do I assume it's a war crime? Because this is Gundam and in the Universal Century, everything relates to war crimes.
A beam shield, something that drastically improved its defensive capabilities.
Also, I'm being told every backpack is actually a core fighter. Oh, that continued. Oh, the more you know. And Vivarium re-emerged or re-engineered 100 out of one of 100 master grade kits. Oh, that'd be interesting.
Without adding too much extra weight. Weapons then were mostly carried over and consisted of head-mounted Vulcan guns, 2 beam sabers, a beam rifle, and a beam bazooka. Additionally, some units were also seen using hook shields that were made for gathering space debris, but could also be used as impromptu shields.
I actually really like that. Something that's made for a very useful reason, getting rid of space debris. So it's literally to hook on and pull it away. So it's almost a civilian use item. Like, sure, it can be used for war, but it probably is more effective at just being useful at getting things out of space lanes. And considering how much debris is probably floating around in space after all of the fuck you explosions everywhere, and how much damage can be done by debris hitting things at the wrong angle when you're not expecting that cloud of debris, and there probably being a lot of them. Unironically, the most unrealistic thing in all of Gundam Universal Century is that there is not a significant effort to try and clear out the debris because it keeps destroying the colonies that they happen to be around. I mean, maybe the headcanon is they're not orbiting so much as just moving at the same speed in roughly the same location as the colonies, except a lot of the colonies, I think, were in geosynchronous orbit at Lagrange points. So they kind of stood around roughly the same place. So anything actually hitting orbit, if it doesn't fall into atmosphere or get sent out into space, which is its own problem because there are people out there, is a bunch of projectiles just spinning around really fast.
It also gave them a very nice piratey aesthetic.
I mean, that too. It is also rule of cool on this one. Ooh, Voidal, I'll pull up your comment. Thanks very much, man. Have you heard of Don't Walk Alone After Dark? If not, I recommend checking out. I don't know what that is. Is that a show, a game, or a video? I have no idea what that is, so I don't think it's ever come up. Also, Duck, Gundam Dev History G Savior when? G Savior has some great designs. That's the live action one that happened from Canada, right? I don't know anything about the designs from that, actually.
So, with its ease of production and very balanced weapons loadout, it shouldn't come as a surprise that the James Gun would soon become the most widely used mobile suit in the Federation, with many color variations and even a dedicated...
Amazon as in South America, not the company. I literally thought for a second Amazon just decided to have a weapons factory. I'm assuming Amazon doesn't have a weapon distribution or a personal army. I'm really wanting no one in the chat to correct me that Amazon IRL has its own mercenary groups. I really don't want anyone to correct me about that. I just want to believe they don't and leave it at that. Oh, God.
Land combat version, a situation that would last well into the UC-150s. There was the blue European version, the blue and tan colony version, the brown and green Amazon version, the white and green Indian version, and the traditional white and red space version. The desert version then would have a few modifications to go along with
more flared instead of upraised for the shoulder blades.
Its new color scheme. In order to better deal with Bespa's African invasion, a veteran Earth Federation Ground Forces Squadron, the 4 Avengers Squadron, decided to do some battlefield modifications to their James Guns and had them reclassified as the James Gun Desert type. The vents on the chest were changed, vents were added on the shoulders, the sensors on the head upgraded, an antenna was added to the backpack, and some of its armor was changed. And thanks to the combat expertise of the 4 Avenger Squadron, these units would be able to perform remarkably well, and even succeeded in halting Bespa's advance with the help of the Ligue Militaire.
This is probably from additional media, I'm just not aware, because there's definitely something going on.
Something that can unfortunately not be said for most James guns. By the UC-150s, the design of the James gun had aged considerably and was outperformed in just about every aspect by the Ligue Militaire and Bespa machines. This combined with the availability of the Javelin...
I mean, I've been told that when it comes to F91, things are really small, but they still look rather large. Like, generally, Gundam is, if you can hold it in your hand and it's human size, that's roughly it. These, like, maybe smaller than some of the giant suits, but how much smaller would these be just for scale? Or is the scale just wrong on this one?
Had caused the James gun to be mostly relegated to rear-line duty or menial tasks like helping out with construction of bases.
At the same time, that looks very small by comparison. On the other hand, I just always approve of, they just made a giant-ass shovel for the mech. How that works in terms of piloting, who cares? It looks cool.
However, in its defense, the James gun wasn't just an obsolete machine that was kept around as a walking bullseye. The one advantage that it did have over many other mobile suits was its versatility. With only minor modifications, it could be made to reliably work in even the harshest conditions found on Earth.
So basically, this is probably the model that of all of them, because it's compact, it's cheap, it's mass-produced, and it's very reliable everywhere. Is this the one that basically survived as the workhorse that became the generalist Jeep or truck or pickup for anyone working on civilian uses? He's like, take out the guns, and it's like, okay, we got a giant mech that can now build shit or do shit. It seems like it'd just be useful outside of wartime. But I could be wrong about that for all I know.
Still, all good things must come to an end, and in UC-150, its production was halted in favor of its sister unit, the Javelin. But before we have a closer look at that machine, there were a few more versions of the James gun that also existed. The James gun Kai used by Cyclops, which was...
They just put 3 eye units on it. Oh, God. Would that make it a Triclops? Hard to believe that's even the same mech.
Essentially just
Oh, it's a flying unit that it stands on. Oh, okay.
A refurbished James gun with a mono eye and lower performance due to deterioration of technology. Originally, these units would also only be equipped with conventional weaponry because beam technology had become unreliable. Another version was the short shoulder version, a James gun with shortened shoulders to improve its urban warfare capabilities. It also had a...
Why do the shoulders improve urban warfare? Because I know the idea is, well, they have shorter shoulders, so they can squeeze into lower areas, but then the feet are just as wide. I'm pretty sure that's where most of the trouble would come in. Unless they're explicitly just trying to walk really tight. But I could be very wrong about that. Also, Void Null, it's a YouTube channel? Oh, in that case, I've never heard of them. Huh.
A reinforced chin and used a shotgun, which would unfortunately...
That's a shotgun. It's like they have a pistol with a drum with an extra barrel on top of the regular barrel. No, wait. That's actually just 2 guns together, because they have one here and another there. That is a very weird design for a gun. Or is the top one just like a laser sight for some reason? Okay, also I'm being told Zanskar was basically the French reign of terror in space and the most evil of all empires in Gundam. Goddamn, like even more than just all the zombies. Oh no, wait, we saw in G-Quux all the zombies turned out to be legitimately still safer than some of the things in canon. Mostly because it was a self-correcting problem.
Be mostly used for threatening civilians.
Also, I'm being told this is a real gun. Okay, maybe it fires double the shots. Look at the shield. I've seen dumber shields. Mostly because short shields are a thing.
Rather than protecting.
Also, I was speak today, assuming that it had just like laser shielding on top of it, but whatever.
Them. These units would later also be requisitioned and refurbished by Cyclops, again with
Cyclops
the
was the
visor
name?
replaced by a mono eye.
Of course it was.
On to the Javelin then, which first saw the light of day as the Javelin.
Oh, wow. You ever just see something and it was like, oh, I see where the inspiration came from. Has anyone ever heard of Metabots? I misspelled it. I put Mewbots. That is a very different outcome. Yeah. Like, here, I'll get a better image. I can't be the only one seeing this right now. It's not exactly the same, but look at this and tell me we know exactly where they copied the homework from. It's probably the color scheme, but damn, is it so similar. It's not exact. It's very different. The head design is different. It looks like muffles at the top, and it's not quite the same, but at the same time, I'm not the only one seeing this, right? I can't be the only one seeing this. It is just, it's there, man. Yeah.
Prototype. A unit that was little more than the James.
Also, I'm being told by Golden Foxy, classic prototypes color is yellow and white for training units. In UC or just in general IRL? Either way, damn.
Gun fitted with various experimental parts so that Anaheim could figure out which ones would work best.
A lot of
Eventually,
thrusters.
they settled on a new head and backpack, various thrusters added all over the body for better mobility, and it also used a new type of beam rifle. This finalized prototype.
Also, I'm being told by Yokai it's the same robot designer after all. And never watched 91 or Victory? Oh. Colors aren't new. They're actually just a training prototype colors in general. Oh, good to know that.
Would then be granted the model number RGM-122, which was also painted on the right shoulder of the machine. And while it was a big step up from the James gun, the Javelin did still share many parts with it, even to the point that the units were considered siblings. The younger sibling would then go on to receive a few more modifications and be turned into the first mass production version.
I think it's maybe the scale, but for some reason this just doesn't do it for me. Which is weird because I like seeing all the thrusters. I like the head look. It's generic, but it's also not bad. I like the backpack. I love the extra thrusters around it. For some reason, though, it just doesn't work for me. It's something about the design logic here. It just looks too compact. Where I've grown to love some of the over-the-top designs, it just grew larger and more, well, terrifying as the Gundams get bigger and more powerful and more insane. This one just looks too compact. Yeah, that compact's probably the right word. Now, I see they have the shield here, and that's probably beam shielding all the way around, and that would look really cool. And if that was deployed, I might change my mind. But it just doesn't quite fit with my design likings and preferences in general. Although I would say if these turned around, came under the arms, like they just slid under, that would be really cool, and maybe I would love it then, but just how it's posed right now doesn't do it for me.
Retroactively known as the early type. And the most obvious change was the addition of 2 shot lancers on the backpack, which were also the namesake of the Javelin. These weapons were inspired by the lances of the Crossbone Vanguard and could be used in a variety.
Oh, so they do actually just turn underneath it. Suddenly I like it more. As someone who did not know that's what they did, I see the point of it, and posing like this, okay, yeah, maybe it has some elements that I kind of approve of. Yeah, okay.
Variety of ways in close to mid-range combat. They could be used.
Also, chat just caught up telling me that Lancers did slide underneath the arm. Yeah. Yeah, I see that now. And it's kind of growing on me.
As a pile bunker, the lance could be fired out, or the entire unit could be fired like a giant missile.
Oh, more bits. I know bits were a huge thing early on, but this is the first time we've seen them recently in F91 timeline, isn't it?
A smaller change then was the removal of the side skirts, something which in the past did make me wonder where the beam sabers went, because the javelins are still seen using them. And even though they don't appear in the line art, or even on the single model,
oh, this is a very old kit. Oh, wow. I mean, it's not bad as far as they go, but it looks like you need to paint this thing yourself. Ooh. Also, Strike Wyvern said, not bits. More like bit in the sense that it looked like it was doing its own thing separate from the Gundam or mobile suit it was attached to.
Model kit that we have, this scene from the anime suggests that they're mounted on the back skirt in a Nemo-esque way.
Nemo?
The final production model, then, would be visually identical to the early...
Also, Bavaria mentioned, welcome to Victory Gundam kits. Are they kind of showing their age? It was like 500 yen. I'm sorry. It was 500 yen. We're talking early 90s to 2000s. But considering Japan hasn't actually had any inflation in 30 years starting from the 90s, that's still a really decent price. Like for 500, that's a $5 kit. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, I mean, even in the 90s, $5 for that would okay. No, never mind. I take it back. That for 500 yen, I'd say that's perfectly valid. I mean, for 500 yen, you might be getting a deal on that one.
Type, with the only real difference being that it was now made with its own dedicated production lines and parts, rather than one shared with the James Gun.
Huh.
Although it did keep compatibility with the James Gun parts for ease of maintenance. And when it was originally rolled out in the UC-130s, it would fare very well in the fight against the Jupiter Empire and the Crossbone Vanguard.
I wasn't sure about some of the art because it looked more simplistic as opposed to some of the later UC art. This is one hell of an establishing shot. It makes it look like there's an innumerable swarm, even though there's not really that many. But you can see just the colorations here. They look very menacing, and all of the heavy shadows with these outside, the bleakness of space being utterly devoid of light, which is something a lot of later Gundam shows don't do because they give a lot of background light from just stars and clusters, even when there's nothing there, just because it makes it more interesting. This is such a cool picture. My only question is this an OVA, a TV series, or like a movie? I don't know what type of media it came from.
Despite its slow initial introduction then, it would eventually...
And then we have this one again, which is just like, little basic, but still not bad.
...become a widespread unit with a lot of variants, both minor and major.
Yeah. Mega Spear?
One unique thing about the Javelin was that it was a Federation mass production unit that also used a dual-eye sensor. But this usually wasn't visible because almost all units used a visor. Some units though, like those assigned to the Zagran Squadron, didn't have a visor, giving their machines a more Gundam-like appearance.
Oh yeah, I see it. I don't know why, but the visor looks more intense. Where this one just looks like, hi guys. It's probably because the eyes are slanted to be more wide open looking for the lenses. Where this one just looks like, I'm doing my thing. Yeah.
Either
Personal
because
take.
they opted not to use the visor, or because different factors.
Also, F91 was supposed to be a series, but it was converted into a movie. And according to Wyvern, that's because it suffered story pacing as a result. That's understandable, but disappointing.
Use different standards. Some units were even equipped with a dedicated targeting sensor, like the one that can be seen on the Victory Gundam. Another minor variation then, like the one that can...
That's the Victory Gundam? Oh no, it's the targeting sensor looks like the Victory Gundam, not this itself. Because here's the thing. People have been talking about Victory Gundam. I don't actually know what it looks like. I've, as far as I know, never seen it. Or I have, I didn't realize it was the Victory Gundam, which is also entirely possible.
Be seen on the Victory Gundam. Another minor variation then are the side skirts. Like I just said, the standard for the Javelin was to have no side skirts at all, but there were some Javelins that had really small ones. The bigger variants then are the ones that took advantage of the Javelin's modular backpack.
Oh?
Like the Javelin Mega Spear loading type.
I know it's stupid, but I love the look of it. If there's one thing that every Gundam series kind of gets me, is when you have the giant backpack that also has guns on it, I come to love it every time.
As the name indicates,
that's why it's called Mega Spear.
Instead of the normal shot lancers, the Javelin was now outfitted with 2 Mega Spears that were designed for use against enemy ships. And because of this, they're also known as...
Also, Duck, you saw you posted the Victory 2. You said the shield didn't look painted. Oh, that was... You literally had Victory in the title. Yeah, you did. And you mentioned that you actually did paint it altogether. Unless I'm mistaking the one you're talked about. Yeah, I just saw that. Oh, that was the Victory Gundam. Huh.
As anti-ship javelins. One unit famous for using them was the Spec Ops Tilcott Squadron, a squadron specializing in anti-ship combat.
Oh?
And for the heavy support fire, there was the Javelin Cannon. The shot lancers were now replaced by 2 powerful beam cannons, and it would also often be seen with an extra targeting sensor on the head. However, because the rest of the machine was still the same as the standard Javelin, it still had the same reactor that was originally only intended to supply energy to a standard beam rifle.
Ah, I see where this is going. So, in other words, this is how they nerfed it from being really big gun on really small body. Got it.
And a standard beam saber, meaning that the Javelin cannon only had a limited amount of shots before it ran out of juice, and that it fell quite short of its intended role. Because of this, the Tilcott Squadron preferred using a different weapon for their Javelin cannons.
Physical guns? Oh, so not beam weapons anymore. Admittedly, that looks pretty damn cool, man. The rotating barrel effect.
Instead of a powerful single-barrel beam cannon, they went with a weaker 4-barrel beam cannon. And while they were weaker, their rate of fire was much higher, and presumably they...
As someone who plays a lot of MechWarrior and Battletech, this is exactly how I gun all of my mechs. I don't go the biggest gun, I go the lightest gun that I can attach all the copies of. It's fun, man. Especially when it's like, hey, do you know what's really fun? I fire, and then the mech overheats, but the mech I'm shooting dies. It's like, yeah, I have to stop for a bit, and my pilot might be cooked, but yours definitely is. Yeah.
It could also be used for a longer time because they drew less power. And thanks to this, these javelins were much better at providing suppressing fire, allowing the other javelins to move in for the kill. As with the regular javelins, they would perform very well at first, but by the time of the Zanskar Empire's attack, all of them began showing their age.
Now, people have been telling me the Zanskar Empire is French revolutionary terror in space, but exactly how bad are we talking about? Like, kill them all and let God sort it out levels of what the fuck are you doing, or even worse? Because I'm not entirely sure. Also, Blaze, counterpoint, cold running with ERPPCs. Yeah, that's fine. But also, I just all the time headshot the mechs I'm shooting, so I don't usually like the area of effect the ERPPC does. Also, I have a bad habit of running in direct close range. And according to Vivarium, Zanskar is pain. French terror on steroids. Oh?
But for machines that were designed over 30 years ago, they did still serve admirably, and...
Also, I'm being told it's actual use of the guillotine, according to Luson. Genocide levels, remember the flying disc murder drones? Oh yeah, they had flying disc murder drones that were literally a thing. A planetary scale psychic lobotomizer. They invented TikTok? Those monsters.
Managed to pull their weight in battle. And finally then, there's also two very obscure and non-canonical versions that we must have a look at.
Oh, there's non-canonical ones.
One is an underwater version known as the Aqua Javelin.
Oddly enough, that's a cute design for the SD, or the super deformed variant.
Which was made as a replacement for the equally obscure Sea Jagan. The entire thing is overhauled for marine combat, and for weaponry, it now comes standard with a beam trident and long-range missiles or torpedoes. This unit only appeared in the SD Gundam Wars PC game.
Wait, there was a PC game for it? I thought it was mobile. Unless it's PC mobile style game. Probably
and
older
the
then.
other one is the Javes, a supposed successor of the James gun, which only appears in the novelization of Victory Gundam. And other than the fact that it's bigger than
There's
the
any
James
information
gun,
about it?
nothing is really said about its appearance.
Oh, so did they start going bigger Gundams again after this? I know that the initial reason that the entire F91 series was shrunken is because of IRL concerns due to an economic collapse and trying to make things still affordable for the people who were into the franchises. But is this indicating that things were getting more stabilized during this time period, that they even start having bigger mechs? Or is it that this was novelization only, so they didn't have to consider that part? Probably. Also, according to the Yokai, SD Gundam are tactical PC games, and according to chat, it was Japan only. Thanks, Wyvern.
Or even its specs. And that has been all for the development history of the James gun and the Javelin. Two machines that I don't feel get nearly as much love as they deserve. I've always had a soft spot for these two underdogs, so it's really cool to see.
Because they were the red shirt unit compared to the Zanskar Empire's fuck you murder bots. Got it.
See that outside of the anime, they weren't just glorified construction machines or target practice. So
I mean, admittedly, as construction machines, their mobility and modularity seem incredibly useful regardless. Also, the Angel Halo system was the Zanskar's doomsday weapon. System-wide mind control. Oh. Bigger machines was because they got desperate? Ah. And we don't talk about the Angel Halo because obvious reasons. It probably inspired the end of Naruto. I can't even get that thought out of my head now. Because when Naruto started, that's probably when it came up. And as far as final end pulls, sure, why not? That's where it comes from, probably. Gundam inspires a lot of things. That's just one of them. Dude, I'm going to check out what other options we have. One sec. I'm going to pull up Discord to see if anyone posted any more mechs, because I can do that. And there's been a lot of really cool ones. Okay, here we go. So I really like Kelpies did an entire guide on the UC sourcing for how big they are. Dude, I think that's from the new series. I don't remember the name of it. And then there's the F91 down here. Regular Gundam, Zeta Gundam, Gundam 2. Actually, that's the Alex. I can't quite see it. I'm going to pull it off scene. Never open links if I don't see what it is off screen first, because it's the internet, man. Here we go. Yeah. 78, Z Gundam, V Gundam. Oh, that's the Victory? Oh. The RX-105 Gundam. And then there's the F91. It is significantly shorter, even to the standard base Gundam. This, though, I don't know anything about this series. I've heard it's good. Hathaway, I think. I don't know how it works, and it's 105, so it's well before F91. I've heard good things about it. I haven't seen it. I need to fix that. I just haven't done it yet. Because apparently it's the Penelope for the thing around it. The shroud. It's basically mobile armor that combines with it. I need to check it out. I haven't yet, but I definitely will someday because it looks really cool. And very spiky. I'm assuming if you built this, you're just either getting a ton of shelf space or you are masochistic as hell. Probably masochistic as hell. I'm almost guaranteeing that one, actually. Yeah. And that is the new Gundam, not the Victory. Oh, okay. I wonder what the blades sticking out of the shoulders on this one are. And Penelope is a different Gundam? Oh, it is? Oh, I thought the Penelope was a mobile armor name. Well, that's on me then. It's the new N for or V. Wait. Oh, I thought I was just really wrong on that one. Also, Phantom Hathaway Flash is basically us feeling sorry for Noah the whole time. And you need the other XI Gundam duck? Oh. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, it just means more cool Gundams to look at, so... And fun fact, F91 is still bigger than any armored core. Any of them, because some of those got pretty big when you got into the bullshit-sized ones. Although, going small was its own tactic in Armor Core, so yeah. wonder how it compares to some of the other franchises. Like, how big is G Gundam by comparison? I mean, if we went into the Devil Gundam, that scale is absolutely bullshit and kind of hard to really get into, considering it could technically count as being as small as a single cell, depending on how you want to read into its ability to regenerate. So it could also theoretically be the smallest Gundam. I wouldn't want to ever think about that because that gets into some really fucked up things, but yeah. Also, according to Blaze Emerald, ACs are generally 10 meters, so it would be right here. Waist high. Yeah. That is kind of tiny by comparison. And then there's this thing. I need to check out Hathaway. I really do. It's one of many things I need to check out. Yeah. All right. And G Gundam was about 16 meters, so a little bigger than the bigger than the Victory. F91 Gundam. There we go. All right. We check that out. Let's drop back into the rest of it then. Camera's back on. It is warming up, so we probably have a limited amount of time to record, but let's check it out either way. Here we go. And next up, that's the Tallgeese. This is the one we've already seen. And now we have the Zaku 2 High Mobility type.
The MS-06F, Zaku 2 F-Type, was Zeon's main mobile suit for the majority of the one-year war. But despite its initial superiority, and even the production of a dedicated commander unit, the S-Type, the changing needs of the battlefield and requests from ace pilots for more performance would result in Zeon engineers beginning their pursuit for a high-mobility version.
Yep. To be fair, even though they were the ones producing all of the prototypes everywhere, the Federation just had some really good effective mobile suits by comparison. Even if they weren't always the strongest, they were just good enough most of the time, it seems like.
Aptly named, the Zaku 2 High Mobility type. And if you need a highly mobile VPN to protect both your online data and dodge those pesky region locks, then look no further than to...
I mean, unironically, I would actually recommend doing this. I'm not sponsored by NordVPN, but if they were offering them, that's one I would actually take because heavily recommend VPNs in general for internet security.
The history of the high mobility type then can actually be traced back to before the one-year war even began. When Major Elliot Rem, one of Zeon's top engineers and test pilots, saw the performance of the standard Zaku 2, he proposed to make a high-performance version. But with the war...
Oh yeah, you can actually just see... Well, I'll move my head out of the way quickly. Yeah, right around here, just extra thrusters on the leg that look very distinct. It kind of works out pretty well.
Quickly approaching, Zeon's high command would only allow for a stripped-down version of his idea. Rather than using all cutting-edge parts, serviceability with the standard Zaku needed to be maintained, something that was necessary from both a manufacturing and a maintenance point of view. So instead of the high mobility type that Elliot had envisioned, he instead had to settle for the Zaku 2 S-type, now also commonly referred to as the Commander type. However, after the Antarctic Treaty had been concluded, it quickly became obvious to everyone that this war was going to be a long drawn-out one.
Almost a year even.
Long enough for the Federation to come up with their own mobile suits. And so Major Elliot Rem was given the green light to finally create the Zaku that he wanted to create. The development of the high mobility type began with the production of 2 prototype units at Granada. These units had
main thrusters output ×2, 280T, 130, 105. Wow, that actually is a lot lower for the F-type. But I guess it's going in reverse here. The RP is what he probably wanted, the S-type is what he got, and the F-type is what he started with. Admittedly, 130 from 105, not bad. 218, that is incredibly fast by comparison to the regular one. Damn. Also, Blaze, what, Zeon having good logistics? That's madness. To be fair, I'm going to stay by my entire thing I've been saying in multiple reactions to the development history. Every single faction that can mass-produce mobile suits has an ironically huge industrial output, considering how much material is required for every single one and the time frame they pump them out in. Like, there's enough metal in a single mobile suit that it's kind of ridiculous when you really stop and think about it. And then they start mass producing battleships, and they start mass producing even bigger Gundams and all the specialty ones. And there's like, okay, even on the random field, they just pull together parts. The logistics in Gundam are broken. And it's kind of fascinating, man, in the most absurd senses. Everything about it is just don't think about it. But it's so cool.
Thrusters that were almost twice as big as those of the F-Type and provided significantly more thrust at 218 tons each. The backpack itself was completely different to house and cool these improved thrusters, and the internal fuel tank was enlarged to keep up the operating time. The legs then were also overhauled and outfitted with 3 sub-thrusters, providing 45 tons of thrust each. And the final change then was the antenna that was now on the back of the head rather than the front of the head, where the communication antennas were typically placed on the Zaku's. After they were rolled out then, they were extensively tested for 2 weeks, with Unit 1 being assigned to
Does that sound like a joke to anyone else? We got even extensive testing for 2 weeks. It really feels like a joke, considering testing time IRL is usually counted in years, unless someone's pulling bullshit and just saying, it's good enough. Looking at you, littoral combat ships. Sorry, littoral navy ships.
Elliot. And the results of these tests were so good that the Zaku 2 high mobility type was immediately approved for mass production with an initial order of 22 units. Also, during these 2 weeks of testing, it was decided to test out 2 new types of bazooka, a 420mm one and a 360mm one. The 420mm version would eventually be axed due to production issues, but the 360mm version would be just as successful as the Zaku itself, and would be approved for mass production after some slight upgrades. Not only would this giant bazooka become the standard weapon for the high mobility type, but also for the Dom and the Rig Dom. One interesting thing then that I read in the MSV Ace Pilot logbook.
Mobile suit variation logs. So they have logs of all the variations? That's an entire book for it? There's probably some amazing art in this, isn't there?
Is that apparently the giant bazooka requires a liquid explosive to be fed through the mobile suit's manipulators.
Really?
Meaning that it could only be used by mobile suits that had this particular system, like the Zaku 2 high mobility types and the Dom family. Back to the prototype Zaku 2 high mobility types then. It was also rumored that during testing, Unit 2 was at some point piloted by the famous ace pilot Shin Matsunaga, and unfortunately crash-landed near Airier City after engine trouble. And that Unit 1 was...
Admittedly, that actually looks pretty cool behind it with the flares.
Outfitted with prototype parts that would later be used for the recon Zaku's. These new parts were then tested out in a model.
The design aesthetic is so angular here that this almost looks like something the Federation would do, as opposed to the general, almost the very liquid, very curved aesthetic that a lot of Xeon mobile suits follow.
Battle against the Black Tri-Stars, but this fight was unfortunately interrupted by the Federation, and the unit was returned to its original specifications. However, these would only be the beginning of the Zaku high mobility types' troubles. The initial production type...
Also, Wyvern answered one of the questions I had. Mobile Suit Variations is a long-running supplemental manuals that introduce Mobile Suit like the full armor gun. Wait, the full armor gun was introduced in the manual. Oh, was unaware of that. So they sometimes spoil upcoming franchises or some of the bits and pieces that will be inside of it prior to the shows coming out through the manuals. Oh, that's... Are they still being made now? Because the new show was just announced. It has unironic bioweaponry inside of it, so sure, why not?
Was designated as the MS-06R1.
I'm not entirely sure if it counts as bioweaponry when it's actually the suit itself. Close enough.
And featured quite some differences with the prototype version. The internals were overhauled to increase ease of production, small thrusters were added, and the internal fuel tank in the waist was now replaced by multiple fuel tanks in the torso and the legs, giving it greater fuel capacity. So, despite looking mostly the same on the outside, the R1 was actually quite the different unit on the inside when compared to the prototype version and the F-Type. As for those minor outward differences then, the legs were...
I know it's supposed to be green, but it looks yellow to me, and I hate everything about this. Actually, maybe it is supposed to be yellow, and I'm just misseeing it like a greenish yellow. It's probably because there's green there, my eyes are combining all the colorations. I don't like it. It's the Piss Gundam, or like the Piss mobile suit. Also, Vivarium. You haven't even heard of the one, the FARX 782 is straight up lean, mean, and green. How lean are we talking here? Let's try wherever. No, it's just the additional MS that sometimes appear in media and sometimes appear in manga. Okay, so it isn't guaranteed that they're introducing new modal suits, mobile suits, but sometimes that also just happens, which probably leads to a lot of online and probably IRL speculation of, okay, is this the design that's coming in the next series? Is it going to be introduced later in the current one? What is going on here? Oh. If I go down this rabbit hole, I'm not going to stop, am I? Oh,
slightly different. The right shoulder had 2 intake vents, the shoulder shield got 2 reinforcement bars at the bend, the spike shield got a reinforced edge, the front skirt got...
I'm just going to pull this up so other people can see exactly what I'm talking about. According to Golden, it was called that for a while. Greener than the dark green. Oh god, if it's that color, you should probably see a doctor. Or in the case of the Gundam, a mobile suit doctor. Mechanic? Savant? Insane person who's usually a doctor? Actually, ironically, my first comment, considering how many doctors are actually the people making mobile suits or Gundams in multiple series, seeing a doctor for a Gundam probably works out just as well.
4 spike-like reinforcements, the elbows got extra armor, and the antenna on the back of the head was now either...
Yeah, the backpack's really cool. The legs are really cool, the backpack's really cool. If I had this on a model, even for a simplistic one, I'd probably really love it.
Removed for standard versions, or moved to its normal location for...
Oh, Golden, you recall that one? Ah, my apologies. Thought someone agreed with me. For shame on me for not seeing it, though.
For commander versions. So, on paper, the R1 was a formidable fighting machine with significantly higher performance than the F-Type and even the S-Type. So, it wouldn't be long before the unit saw actual combat. But in practice, the unit suffered from frequent engine problems, they quickly ran out of fuel, and for many pilots, the aggressive increase in thrust over the F-Type wasn't seen as a positive.
Honestly, if it was on Earth, running out of fuel is bad. If they're in space and they run out of fuel, that's a death sentence and wasted everything. Because if it's during a battle, you better hope your side wins and it isn't a draw where some people can come and get you, because otherwise... you're just going whatever speed you stopped at, which might be very fast, and you're going to be very lost.
But rather as a negative, because this made the machine significantly harder to control. I even found a source that claims that because of these problems, Zeonic was forced to temporarily halt the production. But whatever the case might be, the pilot feedback...
Where fuel? Yeah, this is probably what... Did they start designing their own booster systems because of this?
From these initial R1s was significantly worse than the universal praise that the high mobility type received during its testing.
Oh, because during testing they probably weren't in long sessions. It's like they were only doing it for 2 weeks in a controlled environment. Also, according to Luson, the level of detail in the master file archives is a fantasy mechanic's dream with a level of extreme technical blueprints. Oh, I need to find some of these. Like, even just scans of them online. Ooh, the tall geese before the tall geese. Yeah.
Part of this was due to some genuine issues that needed fixing, and part of this was due to Zeon's lack of skilled pilots, with many of Zeon's experienced pilots having died during the 1 week war and the Battle of Loom. This was evident by the fact that the R1 was actually highly rated by a handful of ace pilots like Brenneth Ox, Norith Bow.
Some of these look significantly lower. That looks like he's right out of a video game from the early 90s. Late 90s. Damn. So great for test pilots. Sorry, not test pilots. Highly experienced. Wait, IRL, most test pilots are some of the most advanced and competent people ever. So yeah, test pilots as well as the aces who know what they're doing. But if you give it to a ground pounder who just got put into a mech, you're kind of fucked. Yeah, that makes sense. Also, Strikewire mentioned the last main UC mobile suit variation was the Unicorn, MSV. Wait, they haven't done them in a while then? Oh.
Or Shin Matsunaga, who even earned his nickname the White Wolf of Solomon in one of these machines. And all of this prompted Zeonic to make an improved version dubbed the R1A.
Ooh.
One of the main changes made was changing the standard fuel tanks to fuel cartridges that could be exchanged much faster.
Oh.
And this wasn't just...
I mean, that's kind of brilliant. It's one of the things I've heard proposed IRL for alternate fuel sources for vehicles, such as fuel cell designs, where you're not swapping out what's in the tank or recharging a fuel cell. You just give one in to replace it with a new one. There's issues with that design. It has to be heavily controlled, otherwise people can fuck around. But it is an alternative if you have high control of the distribution of materials to just swap out for quick refueling.
Possible on board of a ship, but also on the battlefield.
Basically, it's a changing out of batteries. It's changing a battery.
This led to a lot of squadrons that were using the new R1As to also start using Zaku's to carry extra fuel cartridges into combat so that they could refuel their commander on the fly. And the moose size used by these squadrons were also modified.
I don't know why. Normally these images come up and I'm like, that looks cool. This one is... There's so many random conflicting colors. There's teal blues, so the blacks and the reds, the whites, the orange, the tans, the greens, the purple, more reds, more grays, more oranges. They're a slightly different orange, but similar to this one, but it's a different shade because it's down below the light, but it still has a lot of light. I don't like this art. Everything about this one just feels way too all over the place. Which, in considering this is Xeon and it was all over the place, was their standard design of prototypes for everything. Okay, yeah, it fits thematically, but
make exchanging the cartridges even faster. And to house these fuel cartridges, the backs of the R1A's legs were also...
Normally when I see art style, I prefer one side over the other. This looks cool in both of them. Like, this has more detail. It's like more coloration given to it. This one is stripping down a lot of the extra detail. But in both of them, it looks cool. Unironically and completely legitimately cool.
Changed. Something that would be the main identifier to distinguish the R1A from the regular R1. Because even though the standard R1A seems to have ditched all of the R1's armor improvements, potentially to either save on weight to increase mobility or decrease fuel usage,
which are both two things it probably needed more than anything. I'm assuming this is the mobile suit of, if we get hit, we're already fucked design.
There were still quite some R1As with some, or even all of the R1's armor, with the two most obvious ones being Shin Matsunaga's unit and Masaya Nakagawa's unit. And for this, we have two main theories. The first one is that in total 66 R1A units existed. 56 of these were brand new units, and 10 of these were upgraded R1s. So it's possible that these were R1s that had been upgraded internally, but not externally. Another possible explanation is that apparently the production of the R1As wasn't 100% unified, with different factories putting out units of different quality.
Which makes sense because Xeon's entire thing was they didn't, even though they tried to standardize parts with the Zaku, they had so many prototypes on so many places. And if they're doing factories that also have their own variations, yeah, they're all over the place, man.
So maybe one of these factories still had some R1 parts lying around and decided to use those.
Surprisingly, they worked with it then.
Or maybe the pilots simply chose to have those parts because they wanted them.
which is something that I've found out throughout a lot of Gundam. Every Gundam is a thing where the battlefield changes they make is a constant thing. So it's like, hey, what do we got on hand? Use that.
This then brings us to our next point, the production issues. While the production was streamlined to some point, allowing the R1A to be produced at more...
Also, I'm being told that, according to Sarah, I'm going to pull up this comment actually so you guys can see it. They did succeed at standardizing their MS lines with the United Maintenance Plan, but, well, they only got around to it right when the war was ending. Didn't add up to much. Still not a bad option that they did it, just a little bit late.
Places than the R1.
God, can you imagine if they standardized it to everyone having Psycho Frame? Sure, it would need a new type, but on the other hand, that doesn't seem like it could backfire at all.
It was still an extremely expensive unit. As mentioned before, there were only 66 R1As around, and then 12 remaining R1s. Which led to a joke amongst Zeon pilots that it was actually more difficult to get a high mobility type than it was to shoot down a Magellan-class ship.
Jeez.
And this difficulty to get your hands on a high mobility type wasn't just due to its rareness. Having learned from the initial deployment of the R1, Zeonic pushed the Zeon High Command to only issue the R1A to top ace pilots who could make the most out of this beastly mobile suit.
Because if they gave it initially to people who weren't the right choice, now they're targeting the right audience. But getting it at all now is harder.
And before long,
it's always
the
a catch.
Zaku 2 high mobility type R1A would achieve legendary status thanks to its combination of top Zeon technology and the best pilots that Zeon
cool
still
art.
had to offer. Names like the Black Tri-Stars, Shin Matsunaga, Eric Mansfield, Uma Lightning, Anna Volgato, and Masaya Nakagawa. Many of them would also paint their Zaku in their own custom colors, with some of them also having unique commander antennas or other personal touches. Another advancement of the R1A then was its new ejection system. Not only could the seed be ejected, but it also had limited propulsion and was outfitted with solar energy cells with a life support system. And to use this life support system,
I don't recognize any of these people. And it's entirely possible it just shows I never saw, but maybe I forgot, but I don't recognize where they're from. Especially since this is a much newer design. The hair is shiny enough to be something that is definitely less hand-drawn and more computer-aided. Huh. Maybe I have seen it, I just don't recognize it? I don't know. I really don't know.
Pilots had to wear a dedicated normal suit and helmet. The M79F Mark III and M78D Mark VI respectively. As the war went on then, it became more and more evident that a general purpose replacement was needed for the MS-06F, a situation that led to a second arms race between Zeonic and Zimmat. And Zeonic...
I want to say that's 0087? No, maybe not. Also, I'm just going to pull this up because this is kind of fascinating. Caution about psycho frames. They can cause psychic or psycho resonance, turning everyone into varying level of new types. Something 00 copied. Yep. And honestly, I'm kind of surprised that wasn't someone's overarching goal, because that seems like it could be very useful for the people who's like, hey, what if everyone was a new type? We have all the soldiers then. Also, the psycho frame, according to Anne, can only be used by a strong new type. Hell, the only reason a new type could use the unicorn is because two new types create strong enough psycho energy to make psycho frame react. Yep. But also plot. And there was a lot of plot with the unicorn. Good and bad. Yeah. The entire life ejection seat is a death trap? Which death trap? There's so many at this point.
Believed that a development of their R1A would be perfect to get the contract for Zeon's next generation mass production mobile suit. That, or it was the only option left after their upcoming Gelgoog was hitting delay after delay and wouldn't be finished anywhere near the deadline. We don't know many of the requirements for the contract, but we do know one of the most important ones. The mobile suit needed to be able to use beam weapons.
Also, I'm being told the animation I just geeked out over is 87, but according to Duck, most likely from a PS2 game from 79. Oh. And by 79, I mean year in the UC century, not IRL.
And in response to this problem, the Zionic engineers got to work installing the generator meant for the Gelgoog, which at that point was still known as the MS-11, inside of a Zaku.
It was known as the MS-11?
To make it fit, the chest was made larger, and the backpack now had to be connected to the body with extra supports.
Yeah, you can kind of see it too. Just a bit over here. They just enhanced a lot of it. It's projecting a lot more here. Honestly, it kind of looks good.
To ensure enough cooling for the generator...
This is probably one of the custom ones they did where everything was specifically made for the image. Oh, that's so cool.
In this confined space then, 2 extra cooling vents were added to the sides of the chest. Additionally, the backpack was made bigger, and extra armor was added to the legs. But despite all of...
You can even see the metal parts, or at least the metal coating they used for the joints. Oh, that's so neat.
Though, not enough power could be generated to fire strong enough beams. And
I think this is from the old Gundam card game. I haven't played either of the new one or the old one, but it looks neat.
And even after multiple attempts, the development got bogged down without being able to meet the requirements for the plan. But fortunately for Zionic, Zimad was having similar problems with their entry,
the
the
DOMs.
MS-09R Rig Dom. This enforced the Xeon Brass to drop the beam requirements from the contract, but at the same time, the entire plan was now changed from being their next generation mass production mobile suit to simply being an interim production mobile suit until a mobile suit could be developed that met the original plan's requirements.
In other words, they got through on sheer, we don't have anything else. That makes sense. Also, I'm going to pull this up. So according to Luson, strangely enough, by the late UC, F91, Victory, G-Savior, new types are near non-existent since everyone stopped making or investing new type research. It almost feels like even though now the UC and new types are synonymous, it feels like this is something the directors of those franchises or specific series just wanted to move away from because that was the thing their predecessors did and they wanted to do their own one. Or maybe they didn't realize how much of a phenomenon that specific aspect of the entire franchise would become. It's hard to say because I was not into Gundam when these were coming out. Hell, I wasn't born when some of them were made. So I don't know what the general take on them was. Was the entire concept of a new type the defining feature of the franchise yet? Or not? I don't know. Also, Mike, here is my question. Who will win at a gunfight? Team Fortress or Team Fortnite? Probably Fortress, if only because each one of those team members is a master at this point, where Fortnite is whoever the fuck you want. It could be all over the place, man. If they happen to get Peter Griffin and Darth Vader, I have no idea what's going on. Also, in Afterward Gundam X, the entire show is revolving around new types and what it means to be a new type. I don't know anything about Afterwar Gundam X. I might have heard about it, but I don't recognize that at all. You know, the most wild piece of UC lore is that a new type commandeered a colony, slapped engine onto it, and set sail for another solar system after getting tired of perpetual war within the Earth sphere. Unironically, how come that hasn't happened more often? Because historically, GTFO from a place with all the bullshit going on is why the American continents were colonized after a while. The other part being getting rid of criminals, Australia. There's a lot of reasons, but GTFO is literally one of the biggest reasons for people to leave an area and to emigrate to new, I guess, solar system in this case.
And thanks to this,
colonies are
the
self-sustaining.
MS-06 R2P Zaku 2 High Mobility Type Test Type would now be converted into the MS-06 R2 Zaku 2.
Also, according to Nightman Cross, Afterward Gundam X is a separate universe altogether. Starts off with one new type, literally has to pull the trigger of thousands of clone Gundam bit units. They clone bits? Why would they just not make more of them?
High mobility type that we all know and love today. With the beam weapon requirement no longer in place, the generator was replaced with a simplified version that was more stable and smaller, which then made it possible to revert the Zaku back to its standard chest size. And this of course also reduced the weight of the overall machine.
Oh yeah, you could definitely see there's a change here. Still looks really cool though, although the skirting is starting to grow a little bit more. Still here, but it's a little thinner, now it's a little thicker, and you see where things are developing with the entire Xeon line. And I keep saying the Nightingale is the ultimate idea of what Xeon design leads to. And I'm going to stand by that because it's hyper curved, it has bells on everything, and it looks really pretty.
The weight saving measure then was that despite using extra armor on the legs, thanks to the materials used, they were lighter without sacrificing protection. Other changes then include fuel tanks in the backpack that are 18% bigger and stronger thrusters. 316 tons for each of the two main thrusters, and then per leg, one sub-thruster with 58 tons of thrust and two with 45 tons of thrust. And the internals, they were...
I have talked many times already, and I'm going to continue doing it. These kind of cutouts of the internals are literally just my catnip. I've used that exact phrase, and I'm going to reiterate. It is true, and I look at this, and all I can think is, or something along those lines.
Completely overhauled. Many experimental parts for the Gelgoog were also used inside of the R2, resulting in a machine that looked like a Zaku, but was in a completely different class. It was sometimes even called a Gelgoog in Zaku's clothes. And with Elliot Rem as the test pilot, the R2 could really show off its capabilities. But it wasn't meant to be. Despite being an excellent machine, Zematt's Rigdom was better suited to the Xeon High Command's demands. While the R2 was faster and more agile, the Dom had the edge in raw power, the amount of weapons it could carry, and perhaps most important of all,
easier to mass produce.
Ease of production.
Yeah, and again, it does have the same guts here, just because the ever-increasing skirt on everything. There's probably a word for this, but I keep thinking skirt.
Remember, the R2 was essentially a souped-up version of the already expensive R1A with even more prototype parts. And another thing that the Dom had without a doubt in its favor was ease of piloting. The R1A was...
So that was a cutscene from this game? Oh shit.
Notoriously difficult to pilot, so it stands to reason that the R2...
I just realized when they do the sideways juking, it's literally them doing a barrel roll. Also, according to Ken and a few other people in the chat, the new types made a colony into a ship and went to the Proxima Centauri. Victory Gundam side story. Oh, so they literally put them on a bus. I mean, that's one way to take care of a plot hole you don't want to deal with, or a plot point.
With its even more aggressive thrust, was at least equally difficult, if not more difficult to pilot. So all of this made the Dom the obvious...
Also, I'm being told by Strike Warbin, the cutscene and the gameplay following that were completely different ones. Oh, they were spliced together. I almost thought it was like one leading into the other.
Choice for mass production, and the R2 would only receive 3 more units for a total of 4. And apparently, when these 3 new units were built, they had the same generator as the R1A, but 2 weeks after, they would be upgraded.
Ah, yes, the Robert Gilliam custom. Good old Bobby G. That doesn't remind me of anything.
To the same reactor as Unit 1.
Also, Gabby Hazard, that's a name.
Another fun fact is that all 4 units received a commander antenna just because the designer felt like it, and not because they would be assigned to commanders. But in practice...
So literally they did a rule of cool IRL in universe. That would be not IRL, it would be in fiction instead. You know what I mean.
They would all end up in the hands of high-ranking ace pilots. And together with their extremely rare machines...
I mean, I feel like I should know some of them, but I don't know any of the franchises these are from, unless I just don't remember them, which is entirely possible.
They would achieve legendary status. There's the brown and black R2 belonging to Lieutenant Colonel Gabby Hazard, the blue
That's
and
still
yellow
in.
R2 belonging to Colonel Robert Gilliam, and then the crimson, red, and black R2 belonging to Major Johnny Ryden.
Also known as I'm definitely not Char. Although if someone ever worked in that he was a clone of Char without anyone realizing it, I wouldn't even doubt it at this point.
Better known as the Crimson Lightning. And it would also be his R2 that was most prominently featured in propaganda footage, leading to his Zaku becoming the de facto image of the R2. And finally, there was the unit converted from the R2P. This unit stayed with Elliot Rem and would be used for further testing and developments. Something that would eventually lead...
Is that a physical pole? Yeah, it looks like that's a physical pole. A heat sword. Oh, okay. That makes sense because they didn't do beam rifles on the Xeon side, at least in the beginnings.
to the MS-06 R3S high mobility type Zaku, a machine that was sometimes also referred to as the prototype Gelgoog. So we'll be having a closer look at that thing when we tackle the Gelgoog's development history. For now then, let's look at some other happenings with the R2, because despite this being the full official story, over the years there have been quite some claims, like Johnny Ryden's use.
Is that an actual blade for the antenna? I'm not the only one seeing that. Like, it looks like there's a legitimate heat blade right there. They just, if this projects a beam, you're supposed to ram into the enemy. I wouldn't even be surprised. Wouldn't be the dumbest thing I've seen either, but kind of fun. God. Also, according to Kenneth in the chat, there is a theory that the descendants of those new types who went to Proxima Centauri made the turn X centuries later. Oh, okay.
It being further
Also, I'm being told this is actually a Heat Hawk. Oh god, they actually did it.
upgraded into something that he himself called the Full Bullet Zaku. Faced with the Federation's powerful Luna Titanium alloy, this heavily armed Zaku served as the Plan B in case that the beam weapon capable Gelgoog couldn't make it.
You literally have to pull off your own head and use it as a weapon at that point. I mean, that's one way to use your head, but I'm not sure that's what they meant.
The idea was that even though one bullet might not damage a Gundam, 100 would surely make some kind of an impact. So,
I mean, it's standard logic. More Daga is usually a good way to go.
they tried strapping as much freedom to this mobile suit as possible. It had a double Vulcan gun on the chest, 2 high-speed Crusher cannon machine guns on the right shoulder armor, an enhanced version of the Desert Zaku's 3-tube missile launcher on the right arm, a triple machine gun on the left arm, a big gun on both hips. Yes,
oh, those are guns. Oh, shit! This thing really went all out.
Official name for that thing. And as finishing touch, the commander antenna was now a Heat Hawk because... Yeah, they fully did it. Oh, it's insane. I love this. I just wish these were actually missile launchers all the way down the shield. Because that's just fun, man. I don't care who you are. Why not? And supposedly, Johnny Ryden would use...
Also, I'm being told by Singleton, I was actually right. The aspect around here is called a skirt. So it's literally skirt on skirt on skirt. Literally just think of the official term for the waistline plating. Huh. It's weird that I'm right about something. That's odd.
This machine after his Gelgoog high mobility type was damaged and would manage to take out the full armored Gundam that it was designed to defeat. Which, by the way, is another mobile suit with a questionable existence. And the next unconfirmed machine was the MS-06 R2S.
Am I the only one looking at this and going, it looks like they strapped 2 of the, like the actual mobile suits together in the middle for like almost 3 of them right in the middle? Either that or they were doing Photoshop or it's like, hey, what if we stretched it extra wide? Maybe that's just me.
Zaku late production
Dozel
type
Zabi.
Dozel Zabi Custom. This machine was supposedly being developed at Solomon to be Dozel Zabi's personal unit and would be a powerful anti-ship unit. It had a machine gun and a large heat hawk, but its most powerful weapons were a pair of mega particle cannons installed in its abdomen.
Oh, those are both meta. Oh, damn. Never got to use it.
However, because the reactor wasn't powerful enough to run these by itself, the unit was designed to connect to another mobile suit to get enough juice.
Like you just siphoned off another random mobile suit, or there's a specific mobile suit based as a mobile battery at that point? Both? Probably both.
And for this, a dedicated machine called the Energy Backup Escort Unit was developed, but it's not known
It was a separate model design, never probably made. Damn.
if any were actually built. Unfortunately for Dozle though, the Federation attacked Solomon when the Zaku was still under construction, and he was forced to sortie in the Big Zam instead.
It looks like a chicken walker. It's like the chicken feet with claws in space. It looks like a chicken walker. That's all I can think.
During the attack, the machine was lost, with only its data making it out on board of a Guazine. We can only imagine how the war would have ended for Zeon had they been able to mass produce the Zaku late production type.
I mean, if mass production of this came up, that's a lot of fuck you going downrange. So sure, why not?
A minor variant then was supposed
I have no idea where this guy comes from. He is much newer animations. I do not recognize this one. Kurt Roswell. Huh.
piloted by Lieutenant Kurt Roswell in the Spirits of Zeon arc.
Also, I'm being told by Nightman Cross, the Big Zam was meant for ground use. Oh, so this is specifically supposed to be an actual chicken walker. Huh. And Blaze Armor mentioned, when the Big Zam is mass produced, we will put an end to the Federation in no time. Oh, God. And then Vivarium just going, this guy. The all caps was necessary. If you thought the Big Zam looked strange, wait until you saw the Destroy Gundam. Oh, God.
Arcade game. It had a custom left shoulder shield and slightly different leg
Did
armor.
you say arcade game?
Arcade game.
Oh.
Lieutenant Kurt Roswell in the Spirits of Zeon arcade game.
I've never known any of the arcade games, so that's definitely why I don't know this one. Also, being told it had missiles in the toes. Okay.
It had a custom left shoulder shield and slightly different leg armor. But the main problem is, of course, that this goes against the established canon of there only being 4 R2s. It's cool for a game.
Oh, it's actually much more angular on this one, too. I'm assuming this is one of those non-canon variations, or is it more one of those, we didn't know the lore, so we're just going to throw it in there for the hell of it? Yeah.
But by no means official. And before we wrap up, I want to go back to the Zaku High Mobility.
Also, I just realized that's a ball. The sheer ball, I was going to say disrespect, then I realized that's the most accurate image of what happens in general when you pilot one. Yeah. Oh, God.
Type R1A to talk about 2 obscure variants that I found. But just like those R2 variants that we just went over, they are of questionable officialness and canonicity. The first one is the MS-06R1D, a unit that appeared in the July 1987 issue of Hobby Japan and was basically just the R1A, but with more powerful thrusters on both the backpack and the legs. Something that made it even harder to pilot than the already difficult to pilot R1 and R1A. As its main weapon, it used an improved version of the giant bazooka, and this jet black Zaku was used by Degner Romeo as part of the 13th Independent Company Dragoon 13, as part of the defense of Abawaku. The second unit then was the MS-06R1M. This unit appeared as part of a game in the Game Gather magazine and was the Marine
Game Gather. How many magazines were there? Because I know the New Type magazine, that even made it over to America. And now there's the MSV, which is apparently the manuals. Are there even more beyond the... This is a long-running franchise for longer than I've been alive. There's almost no doubt that there's probably at least a dozen separate magazines this has been running from. If there's not more, I'd be even more surprised. You heard it, fullback. Wait, the full... Oh, no, that's not the word back. Oh, God. And according to Blaze Emerald, the Xeon POV clips of Amuro fighting really show that he was very much the most deadly part of the White Devil. If you frame by frame, he is already dodging before you even shoot him. Yeah.
Core version of the high mobility type. Apparently, it appeared as a custom Gunpla in the...
Oh. Wait, this is custom Gunpla? Oh. And they put in a mag... Oh, you son of a... That's the kind of shit that gets me actually very excited for a magazine. And I would, as a kid, really be bugging my parents about that. Which is probably the exact audience they were targeting. Damn.
Magazine, and was essentially a Zaku 2 FZ with the legs and the backpack of the R1A.
Unironically, I kind of like how this looks, but I just didn't generally enjoy larger, thicker when it comes to models. They just look cool, man.
And this unit was painted in black Tri-Stars colors. And to really wrap things up then, I want to talk about the timeline of events for the mainline Zaku 2 high mobility type. Because, as you may or may not know, the timeline varies quite a bit with that of the high mobility type from the origin.
Because people have mentioned the 1 Year War and a lot of Universal Century around this period is less of a distinct timeline and more of a setting that people get to play around with and tell stories in, and sometimes it even lines up. The sometimes is doing a lot of work there.
In the main line, there were no high mobility types present at the Battle of Loom, and in fact, the earliest mention I could find was of an R1 being used by Brenneth Oggs several months after the Battle of Loom. For the R1A then, we know that Gabby Hazard received his unit, which at the time was brand new, in June. Meaning that that thing was probably either rolled out in June or in May. And for the R2, according to the MSV Ace pilot log...
And that's when the mass production, I was going to say mass rejection because I misread it. Technically not wrong, though, on July 31st. Oh, it's kind of funny, just that would be tomorrow at the time of recording this.
The decision to adopt the Dom as a stopgap
mass rejection day for everyone
was taken on July 31st.
Valentine's.
And a few days later, Johnny Ryden would be promoted to Major and receive his R2. Meaning that the R2 was most likely rolled out in July. And that has been all for this very lengthy Zaku 2 high mobility type development history.
Also, I'm being told, I've been told about Origins being its own timeline. Then there's Gundam Thunderbolt. What is Gundam Thunderbolt? Because I think it might have been mentioned, but I don't know much about it at all. So there's the original timeline, the separate timelines. There's whatever the hell Unicorn did. There's the Origin timelines, which is alt UC. I don't know what Thunderbolt is. And then there's G-Quux, which is technically an alt of the ending because Amuro never got the Gundam. And then there's all the bullshit with that. And then how that even leads into parallel time travel, which is more dimensional shifting. And you see where I'm going with this one? There's so many timelines at this point. Why not?
I was originally planning on combining this with the Zaku Recon types because there is a...
Also, I'm being told... actually, this is one of the questions I had earlier. People mentioned tow missiles. According to... What was it? Thunderbolt is its own timeline. And Singleton mentioned no, not missiles in the tows. The tows were the missiles for the ZAM. Yeah. UC is Jazz. Oh, you probably just misspelled something there. I guess it's pretty smooth. Or are we talking experimental Jazz? Gundam Thunderbolt is a very explosive alternate timeline. The fight taking part in the Thunderbolt sector. Thunderbolt sector? Sure. Best described as universe historical fiction. Oh, and Unicorn is part of the main UC. Yep. Thunderbolt is Jazz and crazy BS. Thunderbolt is like Origin, another alt of UC. Finding place in the Thunderbolt sector. What is the Thunderbolt sector? A lot more advanced technology in the original timeline. Oh.
A little bit of overlap.
Don't know what that means, but
it quickly became obvious that just the high mobility types had a ton of lore behind them.
Yeah.
And way more than I thought there was going to be. And because we do know quite a bit about the individual units, I could have made this video even longer.
What?
Also,
This is one of the longer videos he's done, and it could be longer if he went into even more detail. I mean, this is like someone who's taking the work from a Dom. I think they actually just took the legs from a Dom on this one.
In case you're wondering where the Zaku High Mobility test type from the 08th MS team is, well, despite its name, it's got nothing to do with the other high mobility types.
Oh?
It was made to test out the Rig Dom's legs,
Oh, it actually was the Dom's legs. Shit, I got that right.
so we'll go over that in the Dom's development history. So, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to give it a like and subscribe for more similar videos in the future. If you want to sweet...
Oh, that's the end of it? Damn. Oh, there's so many good things on this one. Damn. As you can probably guess, I really love this series. It's so cool. But before we do anything else, I'm going to test something quickly, see if it works. I have no idea if it's working. We will find out. Damn. It was supposed to be the credits from everyone who donated. Does not look like it's working, though. That's disappointing. We will figure it out later. Either way, this is so cool. I love what's going on. I love what's happening. And I'm gonna try and fix this while we're actually on it. 1 second. It's actually bothering me because this is really interesting and I did not get to do it correctly. Let's just remove that. Not sure if that's working. Let's try it again. Nope. No, it's not. That's a later thing. I found an input that would be going through everyone who did jewels or bits or subscriptions or members and just roll them down as credits. And it didn't work. Have to figure that one out later. Basically, though, this is so cool. I know I said that already. I'm going to say a lot more. And I also see what we're going with what's the Barzam next week. And there's a lot of Barzams and more Zaku too. Providence Gundam, the Demi Trainer. Why are there so many Barzams? Oh, and the actual ship this time for the Musai. I'm already looking at what we're doing next week. We're going to have to cut this here because I don't think my camera could hold out for another video. Because the next one, the Barzam and the Musai, are both very chunky videos. And it would be so cool, but it would be so much that my camera would definitely die. Also, according to Sarazan, Thunderbolt 1's being hyper-specialized machines designed to operate in squads. The newer UCMS development history videos are great. Kakarot uses Battle Operation 2 on some MSs. Oh. And Rich, welcome to the Gundam community. It's really cool, man. It's like, I've known there's a lot of things going on in Gundam for a long time because I've kind of on and off just been aware of the franchise and loved watching the animes. But I didn't know there was this much actual lore connecting the development histories with all of them, which in hindsight should make sense considering how much who's building the Gundam is a major part of even the shows themselves. But it's so cool to find out how much more there is. And I'm just wondering, wait, he keeps saying he's cutting these videos short. That means there's even more to learn than what he's already going into. And Kakarot197 is doing a great job already. I'm just loving this. Basically, I'm saying this definitely Gundam Wednesday is going to be one of my favorite things each week. I love this. So yeah. Also, Duck, we didn't get to the rehaze. We could probably check that out really quick. 1 second while I pull that up. Call this compensation for not getting the credits to actually roll. Here we go. Ooh, there's actually some really fun art pieces. Actually, I'm just going to pull this up quickly. Here we go. Yeah, Kaiman posted this one. Just with the little scale down here, the container, and the gun, like the mech behind it. That's really cool. I'm just scrolling up until I find some of the other stuff. There's been some crazy things that were posted in this section, man. My Discord is insane with what we got dropped in here. There's really like pies with their mechs. This is just a cool mobile suit. Oh, yeah, these were a thing. Someone's Gundam collection during the earthquake. They survived to take the picture, so that's the only reason I'm okay with it. And this is the shield, so I think, what was this? Was this the victory one? I don't remember. Ah, Hazel Custom. With custom lighting that are brand new. God, I have no idea how Duck finds these, but they're insane. And here we go. This is the victory. Yeah, apparently he didn't use the stickers for this one, just painted them himself. It looks good. Tripod. It's such a cool model. But I don't think I would ever want to deal with those stickers because they're very little colors without being painted. Granted, I have paint, so yeah. Also, according to Nightman Cross, the one with giant arms is a real unit. It's from AOZ. The arms are from Psycho Gundam. The Psycho Gundam part, yeah. The more I hear about AOZ, the more I'm like, they had some of the craziest, most unique designs, didn't they? Wait, that's so cool. Now we enter the time at night where I have to utterly distract myself, or I am going to go out and find one of the many places within an hour's drive of me that I actually think is completely worth at this point to just go and get Gundam models from, because, oh dear God, I know where to do it. I can't. I'm already addicted and stuck on things just like painting all of these models. Yeah, I've been doing a lot of Infinity painting, even though I don't know anyone around me who actually plays. I can't do the Gundam as well. God damn it. This is so cool, but it's so tempting. Basically, what I'm saying is, if you have the comments in here, talk me out of why these Gundam models aren't the coolest things ever, because they really are. Oh, God. Also, Doug, for reference, the Riheis is taller than the Nightingale. God damn, because I saw pictures of the Nightingale for scale. That is not a small model. Either way, you guys know the deal. There'll be a link below to the original. Actually, no, it's a link below to the original playlist because all of it's down there. It's been there the entire time. Hit it up. Kakarot's awesome. Make sure to leave a like and subscribe to that guy. They've definitely earned. Actually, I haven't subscribed yet. Oh. That's embarrassing. Oops. Don't be like me. Make sure to do that. And now I'm going to cut this one here and we'll check to make sure I actually subscribe to all the other people I've been checking out regularly. That's embarrassing. Yeah, I'll see you guys in the next one, which will be next Wednesday this time, just like today, because this is definitely not me being a day late. Yeah. Oh, also, hey, Unicorn versus Turn A Gundam. Who wins? Unicorn. It just cheats. It's the ultimate cheat of cheating, if it gets all out. If it doesn't activate the fuck you, who needs time, I control everything power, probably Turn A because fuck everything else. But yeah, if Unicorn's going full out, it wins because it's the cheating cheater of cheats who cheats by cheating. Yeah. I'll see you guys next week. Or actually tomorrow, because we're going to be streaming that as well. Adios.